Hello, everyone. Welcome to the latest Telling Tales one shot. We're not doing as many of them this year as we used to, but who could complain? Because we're here with Cyborg again. One of our best performing videos, weirdly, on YouTube. Not weird because I don't like Cyborg. I really like Cyborg. It's weird, isn't it? Isn't it? Isn't that weird? It's weird. Bearing that in mind, let's get all the blurb out of the way first, and then I'll start bringing on the players. We've got less players than we did for the first one shot, but we've also got an exciting new player, so, it's positive and negative, right? Okay, so we have a bunch of links down below this stream. Whether you're watching on YouTube or on Twitch, you should have it on both, I believe. Links to our social media, to our various websites, to our Discord, to our Patreon, to our other things, merch store, and that's it. That's all you need. Why would you need anything more than what I've just described? It's greedy and entitled. We run a whole bunch of games on a weekly and fortnightly basis at the moment. Mondays, Warhammer has just finished. We've got the last episode of We Deal in Lead, I believe, in 2 days' time. And then the week after, Call of Cthulhu is starting again. That's Johnny, our resident Call of Cthulhu keeper, is going to be starting to run Masks of Nyarlathotep, which is, for those of you in the know, huge and difficult. And best of luck to him. I'm glad it's not me. So that will be one to look out for. Wednesday nights is regularly Symbaroom. That's been running for a long, long time now. We're running through the Throne of Thorns campaign. And Thursday nights is currently alternating with a little bit of rescheduling at the moment between the Yellow King, which is currently in its first arc in 1895 Paris, cosmic horror type stuff. And then on the off weeks, we're running our first recorded series, which is Delta Green, which is like a modern day investigative cosmic horror. So it's cosmic horror across the board on Telling Tales at the moment. Only Symbaroom is standing out there with just a little bit of cosmic horror in it. Just a little bit. Just a taster. So there we go. That's everything we have at the moment. We usually try and run one-shots on a monthly basis. That's not so much happening at the moment. But you don't care about that because we're here with Cyborg. And like I say, that's all you could ever want. So let's bring on all three of our players together for today. We've got Steve, we've got John, we've got Holly. Holly leaping in as a new character. But it's still like it's a continuation of the characters from the last one for Steve and John, but like not. You don't need to avoid. It's not like a proper sequel. It's just another adventure, if you want to call it that, on the streets of Cyborg, featuring the same characters. And with that in mind, why don't we? I don't know. Do we want to do the intro of Cyborg first rather than the characters? I think so. Let's do this. And okay, the players already know this, but this intro thing has a bit, right? And the bit could go horribly wrong. So I'm just warning you that it's got a bit, and it might go terribly. So let's find out together. And obviously forgive me if it does, because I'm not worthy of your hate and your catcalls. Okay, so Cyborg is a game from Stockholm Cartel. It is a mashup of MÖRK BORG, the grimdark doom metal role-playing game that has a reputation all of its own. Cyborg is a kind of doomsday cyberpunk equivalent, and this is what it is like. The world is ending again and again and again, constantly in flux, shifting, distorting, always reborn as something worse. Destruction by ecological catastrophes, the fallout of history's belligerence, by modern man-made miseries, or the blood spilled by the reckless machine of capitalist supremacy. Mankind's greatest ability truly is to destroy itself in creative ways. Designer demise, consumer customized death endlessly on repeat. Poisonous space rocks, nuclear weapons, cyclical revolutions, warring nations, warring corporations, warring neighbours, pandemics, tsunamis, volcanoes. In between it all, direct person-machine interfaces, tactical neural implants, and bacteria from outer space hijacking intercellular nanorobotics. and the sky is full of ads. Everyone is interfaced, injected, infected, infested with something. Everyone wants something from everyone else. Everyone is a liar and a cheat. Everyone wants more creds. Welcome to the year 20x3. Welcome to the city of... Welcome to the Psy. As I thought, my bit didn't quite work because the button on the like touchscreen interface on an iPhone is dog shit. But you get the idea. The whole thing in the book is like whenever the city name is listed, it's like blacked out. That was the bit. Did you enjoy the bit? Did you like the bit?
It was a good bit.
It was a good bit. It was a good bit. Okay, let's start reeling on the characters and talking a bit about them. I think we're starting with Steve, right? This time around? Yeah.
So I'm playing Wick, who is an orphaned gearhead, basically a cyberpunk mechanic, loves tinkering with machines. Wick has, as his long-standing colleague here, now we're missing a few people, but my spider bod is with me still. I don't know what's happened to Zine and Jan and Hla, who can say? Yes, Wick is here now with his spider bot, and is fine mostly. Oh, you're on mute.
I like that. Yep, as any good cyber, fine mostly. Yeah. There we go. Let's bring on John then. I mean, John's already on, but you know what I mean. John, tell us about Empho.
Empho is a renegade cyber slasher. He is a killer for a cause without a cause. He put a lot of work into turning himself into a finely tuned killing machine, and unfortunately can't find... There's just not enough money in killing people than he thought there would be. Turns out life is cheap in Cyborg. And now he owes a lot of money to some very scary people. But he doesn't care because he got a lot of money last time and now he spent most of it. Because you just gotta keep grinding, keep improving, keep adding death.
Yes. I've just noticed, I'm not sure I've ever noticed this before on that art, but I'm pretty sure the writing on the leg there is a Skinny Puppy reference.
I think so, yeah.
So, well done, Stockholm Cartel. Holly, new to Cyborg, new character for this one-shot. Why don't you walk us through your Forsaken Gangoon?
Yeah, so Blink is a Forsaken Gangoon, so grew up on the mean streets, basically doing shady deals with shady people. She was primarily a burglar, probably not the best, but, you know, tried her hardest until her gang all got arrested, and the cops just left her because they didn't actually think that she was any danger whatsoever. Since then has just been trying to get as much money as possible to try and eke out a not shit living. As impossible as that is in this city.
And, you know, ultimately, like, unlike real life, the real marker of existence in Cyborg is that everyone is burdened with crushing debt. Which, you know, thankfully, in real life, no such thing happens. So there we go. All right, we'll kick off, but I as I did with the first one shot, which people can obviously go back and watch at their leisure, not right now, God. I will read out Rule 0 of Cyborg, okay? And it's up to you whether I think this could also broadly be applied outside of the game. Rule 0 of Cyborg. You are encouraged to break every single rule in this book except this one. Player characters cannot be loyal to or have sympathy for the corpse, the cops, or the capitalist system. They might find themselves reluctantly forced to do missions for them or their minions, but make no mistake, they are the enemy. Okay. We're going to start with all three of you approaching a laboratory, or rather the remains of a laboratory on the outskirts of the Psy ports. The ports offer the illusion of escape from within a labyrinthine universe of steel, concrete, and abandoned warehouses, a black market of imports from what's left of the rest of the world, far from the prying cameras of the Sec Corps, well, so long as the bribes keep flowing. Drugs and guns, clubs and fun. This is the entertainment district of Psy's true citizens. Corpse, mobs, VIP celebs, and street gangs vie for dominance. Their gunfights drowned out only by the cacophonous hedonism on display. And as you approach this laboratory together, I am going to roll a... actually, no, you know what? I'll do what I did in the first one shot. We'll go round random die rolls one at a time, right? So I'll ask you to make them. Steve, could you make me a D6 roll, please?
I rolled a 4.
Okay, that's John then. Empho, as you're approaching this laboratory, a memory chip embedded deep into your cerebellum, long forgotten. It started rotting away mere weeks after it was implanted, glitches out and malfunctions, and for a second you relive the conversation of a day ago that you had over a vid call with your cousin Kay. Your cousin Kay went down a very different road from you and ended up a reporter for hire, typically working for corporations throughout Psy, kind of hopping between them as kind of like paid publicity. And she called you. You answered. You're not even sure why. To be perfectly honest, it's not like you have a great relationship with your family. She appeared on the screen, decked out in all white and silver New Goth attire, completely hairless, and seemingly having not lost the habit she had all through growing up of giggling at the least appropriate moment. She then proceeded to explain to you a job offer. A job offer that she was going to make you for, let's say, well, John, you can make the random roll. Roll 3d10 for me.
I did not have 3d10 prepared.
1d10 3 times is also fine.
Yep. An 8 plus 9 plus 5, 22.
22,000 creds. Which is not bad at all. So I'm working. Empho, can you... Am I coming through? Okay, you can hear me, right?
Yep, totally fine. Yep.
What's that happening in the background?
Nothing?
It doesn't sound good.
It's fine.
Okay. So I'm working for a startup called the Psy Institute. Very obviously kind of a name that could carry us far. We're hoping it will carry us far. And you might have seen our name come up in recent newscasts. We were the people responsible for making the decisions have now been sidelined, but we were dealing data to the heirs of Kurgos, the death cult, in return for some perfectly legal wet work on competitors. But this death cult, very unreliable, realized that much of our work is actually anti-nano, and they responded with theft, which we cannot condone. They stole the digital mind palace of one of our lead scientists.
Yeah. Mind palace. Got it. Yeah.
Right. we retaliated with some weapon tests
Uh-huh.
on various gang locations. But then last week, the airs struck one of our main laboratories. It was the laboratory run by this scientist, with the Mind Palace. And we assume it was to kidnap him. But days have gone by and they're still occupying the ruin info. We think they must be looking for something else there. And we don't really have the manpower right now to force the issue. So if you and your friends, I know you work with some really good people, want to go investigate the laboratory, find what the cult is searching for there, acquire it yourself, and then leverage that. Yeah. Perhaps to trade for whatever is left of the Mind Palace after whatever they've done with it. For Reeve, the scientist, he is valuable, and bring an end to what is, at this point, an increasingly destructive conflict.
So just to check, do you want it? Is it more destructive, less destructive? On a scale of destructive going forward, how destructive?
I mean, our ideal, and this what would get you all of that money, Empho, is retrieving a completely whole Reeve and a completely whole Mind Palace. But if that does prove impossible, a secondary objective for you, and this would be less money, but still, not, it would be generous, then removing Reeve and the Mind Palace from play by whatever means necessary.
Cool. Yeah, and
obviously, I'd love for you to wipe out the heirs of Cairgos, but that's not going to happen with the most preeminent death cult in the city, right?
We'll see.
Well, you do your best, and just let me know, okay?
Cool.
Cool. Okay, love you and leaving you. Bye.
I gotta get back to something. Bye.
She's gone.
I rev up my chainsaw and continue with whatever it is I was doing at the time.
Okay, and with that, the memory chip in your head, maybe it either flickers off or, for the last time, kind of like fades out with a brief heat spike that probably incinerates a percentage of your brain matter that's uncomfortable to comprehend. And you find yourself staring alongside your two companions at the slightly burned and blown out ruins of this laboratory in the ports. It honestly doesn't look like anything particularly fancy. Like, there are laboratories scattered all over the city, especially in like cheap real estate areas like this. It's not a small one. It's like, it's a bit of a complex. But all the doors and windows are blown out, shattered, knocked apart. Like, it clearly is not in operation anymore. And you can tell by like scorching and like powder marks. This all seemed to have happened quite recently, which obviously ties in with Kay's account. And yeah, the three of you are just there. Maybe about, 50 meters away.
Info scratches at the area of just over his frontal lobe that just got fried, but otherwise, just seems fine, to be honest.
Okay.
I kind of want to know how Empho sold this job to to us. How have you positioned it?
I mean, I think I maybe led with the 22,000 credits. That was probably the main thrust that I used to convince.
And, all plaudits to Empho for being one of the few people inside who would have told you it was 22,000.
I was going to say, I was expecting like 18,000 credits or maybe 60.
I was thinking about bringing it down a bit, but I think Info maybe intended to lie, and then at the time got distracted and told the truth.
Sure.
But yeah, otherwise he'd been fairly straightforward that, it is a corpo job, so we're probably going to have to kill more people than we intended. But go in, rescue a person, retrieve a thing. That's pretty much the crux of it. Find a person, find a thing, burn everything else to the ground.
Motorbikes going by in the distance.
Thematic.
Nice. Okay. What are we going to do about this then?
How many people are around? What sort of...
Just in the street? I mean,
yeah.
As ever, the street is packed.
Right,
and you know
okay.
what? Let's have a bit more of a description of the environment. Holly, give me a D12 roll, please.
Sure. 6.
6. Okay. Not entirely, more extreme, but not entirely dissimilar to the weather here right now. You rolled a choking humidity. So, like, there is very little air conditioning inside. Those who have it will be inside, but everyone else is kind of like, everything's very lethargic. People are, there's people like sitting around, even maybe lying around nearby, just kind of enduring this incredibly moist heat. But otherwise, yeah, there's people around. There's always people around. But also, that also means no one cares that there's people around.
Yeah. Yeah, in many ways, I'm sort of happier that we're not just stood outside on our own. Yeah.
But the fact that there's people around means that the cult aren't like actively defending the building.
Yeah. And you can't see any of the heirs around, but they're probably inside, right?
And is it just like an open building?
It's like, the doors and the windows are blown open, but it's like the complex. It's obviously it's an odd shape, so it's got like a number of different rooms inside it. But like you can't see inside the building very well.
Okay.
How do you want to play this then? Should we just keep an eye on the place for a while, see what's going on?
Yeah. Maybe make sure there's no back exits for them to run out of.
Yeah, we can scope the place out. I can check for entrances and exits.
In terms of back entrances, like I say, all the doors and windows into this place are blown out. There's definitely a way people can exit. No matter where you went in. Like, there's multiple windows that you can see, and you're sure the sides and the back of the building are the same. But obviously, yeah, if you were to sneak around, maybe you could find out more information.
Yeah, really, Blink's going to be looking for any exits or entrances that seem like they're being guarded.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
sure. Well, then let's have our first roll of the game. I don't know if anyone wants to accompany Blink, but it's definitely would be worth noting that Blink is very good at sneaking. So that might be something we want or we don't want to do. But a basic ability test in Cyborg, you have 5 different abilities, and essentially you roll a d20. You modify the roll by how many points you have in the ability, so they're like plus or minus, and then you compare it to a difficulty rating, and that's it. So I would like you to roll agility, please, Holly, and the difficulty is going to be 12. I know that people the first time round, rather than use the stat to mod their roll, found it easier to use the stat to mod the difficulty. Does that make sense?
Yes, and also because I'm stealthy, I get -2 to the difficulty rating anyway.
Okay, so that's 10 to begin with. So, and including your agility of 1, basically the difficulty is now 9
Need a 9.
for you.
Yeah,
you need a 9. So, go for
which I do not get with a 3.
Okay. Well,
Starting strong. We're starting strong.
Starting strong. It's worth mentioning as well, because I think we kind of forgot them last time a little bit, but everyone also has a supply of something called glitches. You only have 1, but you can use a glitch for a number of things. You can use it to deal maximum damage, to re-roll a die, to lower damage taken by a d6, to lower a test by -4, or to neutralize a crit or a fumble. I believe they're not... Yeah, you basically get them back per day. So depending on how long this takes, maybe you don't want to use your 1 glitch now, or maybe you do because investigating your very first place to investigate feels like an important role. So it's up to you.
Nah, it's all good.
It's all good.
Yeah, I'm happy with a 3.
Okay, that's fair enough. As you start to kind of sneak around what kind of looks like the main entrance, like you go towards there and kind of like peel off to a side, right? Does that sound like the kind of thing you might do to like circle around?
Yeah.
As you do, you hear a kind of vocoded bellow from inside the building saying, "Hey, someone's out there!" And you hear footsteps.
Okay, yeah, no, I'm backing up and going back to the group. Yeah, they're in there. At least we know they're in there.
Yeah, sure.
And they're keeping an eye on the entrances.
You do know that indeed, and you know even more as the 4 nanogoons pour out of the front entrance, see you moving back towards your 2 companions, and they have guns out, and they're kind of like, they seem to be sort of they're clearly deciding whether or not, if you were just snooping around, or whether you're worth actually engaging. Is anyone going to escalate the situation or make their decision for them or anything like that?
I think escalate might be Empho's extra name.
Yeah, sure.
So if I'm taking this as a sign that the situation has developed, I am pulling out my assault rifle.
Okay, fair enough. Steve, I believe you're our next random roll, so could you roll for initiative, please? To see if they go first or you go first.
Sure. What?
It's just D6.
D6. Okay. 3.
Okay, they act first then.
Oh,
so with that in mind, there are 4 of them, and I think 2 of them are going to shoot at Blink, and 1 of them each is going to shoot at... well, actually, no, because Empho got his assault rifle out, right? So actually, I think 2 of them are going to shoot at Empho, and 1 of them is going to shoot at Blink, and 1 of them is going to shoot at Wick. So what I need is some defense rolls from all of you. Let me just get... well, first, let me boot GeForce Experience by accident. And then let me get... okay.
I think this
auto fire. Okay, interesting. Okay, yeah. Roll a defense roll, which is agility. Difficulty 12, a standard to avoid an attack.
This must take the record for quickest time from start to combat.
That's XCOM.
I rolled a 3.
Okay.
19.
Okay. Steve?
Oh, things are shooting at me, are they? I thought...
Yeah. No, yeah,
Okay.
1 at Blink, 2 at Empho, 1 at you.
Okay. I rolled a 20, and I've got agility 3. So
Lovely. Well, that means you get a free attack back. But first, let's deal with the bad news. So, Empho, 2 of them shot at you. So, could you roll another defense, please?
20.
Okay, so these are interesting. Let's deal with Empho first. I think Empho is going to get hit. I mean, I don't think that. Empho is being hit. And presumably the bullet that you take fills you with so much rage that you can instantly return fire. But first, let's talk about that damage. Okay, I will... No, you know what? I'm going to make everyone just roll damage. That's what I'm going to do in this game. So, John, can you roll a d6 and then subtract from your results whatever your armor roll is?
I have 0 armor,
Oh, okay. Well,
and I rolled a 1.
okay. Yeah, you get winged by a bullet, like, clipping by you. I was briefly considering making a current events reference. I won't do that.
No.
But yes, you get clipped on the arm by a bullet going past you and take 1 HP. Does anyone immediately know why, like, what the damage rating followed by A is?
So
It
A
means-
is... Go on,
Does
John.
it just mean it can go auto?
Yes, but I'm
Right.
trying to find the rules for what auto is.
It
Auto...
means...
Yeah, you go on, Steve.
Yeah, so it allows you to... If you hit with an attack, you can make another attack to a maximum of 3.
Yeah.
And it uses autofire as agility rather than presence for...
Yeah.
attack
It's
rolls.
on the cheat sheet, but they're not using auto fire, and one of the reasons they're not using auto fire is because it's at long range, which gives a penalty to auto fire. So they're not going to do that. Okay, yeah, you get winged Empho, but I believe a 20 is a crit, right? Or I don't know if it's a crit, but it's
That is...
yeah, a crit. Yeah. On defense, free attack. Yeah. So I take it we want to return fire.
Oh, yes.
Okay. That's going to be a presence test difficulty of 12, unless you want to use auto, in which case it's going to be harder.
I think from this distance, I will keep it as it is. It's a 7.
Okay. What is your agility, out of curiosity?
My agility is my
presence. Right, your
presence is
right.
0.
Is it? Not according to your character
Yes.
sheet.
That is because I rolled a 1 and it has gone
Okay.
down, but I couldn't
Okay.
amend the character sheet because I don't have edit access.
Okay. Fair enough. If only you knew 3 people with edit access. Yeah, your assault rifle shot goes wild and kind of impacts with a thud into the side of the damaged laboratory. Let's go with Blink next, because this is an easy one. As you're kind of like scrambling away, you feel a bullet whiz by you, but you make it back to kind of like the area with your companions. Wick, you essentially duck a bullet. And you feel it go over, but it's put you in either in a good firing position or what I suspect might be a good drone operating position. So what are you going to do with your free attack?
Yeah, I think I will. So I'll have been carrying this sort of backpack thing, which is somewhere between between a backpack and a case, and I will grab hold of it and throw it towards the enemy, and mid-flight it springs open and the spider bot emerges, and I command it to attack, I think.
Mm-hmm. So attacking with a drone is you either use knowledge against D12 or a flat roll against D12. Like, I think the idea is you're either piloting it or it's like auto, it's piloting itself. So yeah.
Yes, I'm going to need to remind myself.
But you have a positive knowledge, don't you? So
knowledge. Yes, laser turret, D12. Can follow advanced commands.
Needs a hard reboot after dealing
max damage. Yes.
Yeah. Is the cat continually yowling?
The cat is, yes.
Right. Okay. Behaved himself perfectly right up until the moment we went live. Obviously. 1 second. But go ahead and make the roll, Steve.
We saying it was a knowledge roll? Did anyone else catch? Yes, says John. Okay. Well, that's not great. No, I roll. Oh, he's gone.
It's fine.
Come back.
I'm back.
It was a DR12 I was aiming for, wasn't it?
Yeah.
With the knowledge roll, I did not get that, I'm afraid. 9 under 12.
Okay. Your spider drone kind of lands nearby them and skitters into some nearby rubble, but doesn't seem to get a good shot just yet. Well, so far this combat is going very similarly to the combat in our first one shot, where no one could hit a fucking thing. But now it's your turn. So if you all take your roll, I believe it's roll a d6 and add your agility for how your individual initiatives work.
So 4 for me.
So 1 from me.
6 for me.
Okay, wait, you get to go immediately again.
Okay.
Here's an interesting question. I don't think it's meant to be the case, but like it almost feels like if you were going to go for the flat d20 on the drone combat, that you could also do something yourself. But like, I'm not sure that I think I'm extrapolating there. But
well, I think last time around we did have the drone was autonomous and was fighting.
Okay.
Sort of.
I'm happy to make that the rule then. So if you want, if you want to pilot it yourself, you get to add your knowledge. But like, if you're happy with it just doing its business by itself, then I'm happy for it to do something and for you to do something.
Sounds good to me. Is this combat system where I can move and attack, or is it one?
It's not really clear on that, but yes, I find it useful to have a move and attack system in combat. So yeah. Or move and action.
Basically, I kind of like to run to a position where I want to auto fire, and I'd kind of like to get to a stage where I'm not taking a penalty for that.
Sure. You can move forward to auto fire. You won't have all the cover that there is around here is back where you are, so you won't be in cover, but you can definitely move forward and auto fire. So do you want to do that?
I do. Yes.
Okay. Let us do that then. So the auto fire is going to be an agility test.
Yeah.
And you're in close range now that you've run forward, so no penalty.
Okay. So we're aiming for DR12.
Oh, your agility is 3. That's why. Wow.
Yeah. I rolled a 12, 15 with the agility bonus. So yes, I hit.
Yeah. Great. Okay. Roll the damage, please.
Okay. I'm firing with a pulse rifle that I've grabbed, and the damage for that is D10, I believe.
Nice.
So, and if I hit, I get to roll again.
Mm-hmm.
Which is a good job because I rolled 1 on that one.
Okay. You clip one of the nano goons who doesn't seem to feel it. The nano goons, by the way, they look like kind of regular gang members, but they have small infestations of nanobots kind of on their skin, in their flesh, roaming their body, and they look, it has to be said, slightly more unhinged than even natural unhingement. Notably, they're not wearing much cybernetic augmentation, which is unusual for gang members. But there we go. But yeah, you clip one of them, but they don't seem to really feel it very much. But yeah, you can do auto fire again, which hits allow another attack to a maximum of 3. Does it clarify whether it has to be the same individual or not?
I think they can be different.
Where's the auto? Where is the? Because I'm looking for the original kind of like auto. Oh, here we
I
are.
think it was on the weapons, wasn't it?
A second attack against either the same target or another one nearby, up to a maximum of 3 attacks. Check armor for each hit. Yeah. So is it the same person? I'm assuming.
Yes, in this case, yes. This time I roll a 20.
Ooh. Well, rolling a 20 means a couple of things, and I'm going to go through. Yeah, so that's a crit attack. Do crit attacks just do just maximum damage? I think.
Two times damage, yeah.
And armor reduced by 1.
Ooh.
But also, something particularly happens in the effect of these nanogoons when you crit them.
Oh.
Steve, could you give me a d20 roll, please?
See, I don't know whether this is good or not. I rolled a 6.
Okay. As you can you also roll to see how much damage you do? Just because if you don't actually kill them, then obviously the narration of this is different.
I rolled a 9, so double that, 18.
They're very, very dead. You basically headshot them, and as they reel back and collapse to the ground, from their body, thick, sort of almost hair-like strands of rubber emerge from their dying carcass. They move against the relatively still wind and start to twist and turn around their face and arms, constraining their body to the ground and also whipping out to constrain 2 other nearby targets, who are going to take. They're basically going to have 2 of the other nanogoons are going to take attack and defense penalties until they break free by testing or someone helps them struggle loose. So yeah, that's a nano infestation. You triggered something in their nanobots when you killed them. So there we go.
And I've got a 3rd attack as well.
You do. Are you going for one of the constrained individuals, or are
I
you
think
going
I
for
will.
the free
Yes.
one? Okay.
Actually, no. I'll go for the free one.
Go for the free one. Okay, that's just going to be your standard agility roll, then, please.
Oh, fuck. Well, this time I rolled a 1. But I'm going to use a glitch to negate to reroll. Yes.
I mean, there's a chance you roll another 1, but also a chance you hit.
I rolled a 13 plus 3, 16. That's it.
So that's it. That's much better than just negating the fumble.
Yes.
So roll for damage, please.
Just a 3 that time.
Okay. You shoot the other nanogoon in the gut, and they're kind of clutching at the excessively bleeding puncture wound in their belly, but they're still kind of raising a pistol and trying to fire back at you. So they are still in the game. Okay, I believe Blink was next. Oh no,
Yeah.
sorry, we should do the drone.
Ooh.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
We should do the
Good
drone.
idea.
So go ahead with a flat roll against 12.
Flat roll against D12.
Oh, actually, sorry. Let me read it. I will say another thing. If the drone operates itself, I will randomize who they attack against. That seems fair as well. Okay, and they are attacking the one they're not attacking a constrained one, so your roll counts.
Cool. I rolled another 20.
Okay. Well, this could be again rather interesting.
The drone does. Yeah, the drone gets excited if you get a crit.
Sure. I mean, it's going to kill them no matter the damage roll. But why don't we make the damage roll just to see how exciting it is?
D12. And it's a crit, so it would be
times 2.
16 damage.
So that's 16 damage in total. What is the weapon they have?
It's a laser turret.
Okay. The laser turret essentially sears this nanogoon in half. Perhaps that was helped by the fact they already had a bullet wound in their stomach. But as they come apart, can you give me a d20 roll, please, Steve? as you basically solo this group.
13.
13. Okay. Okay. This doesn't have too much of an effect. As the two halves of the body collapse to the floor, small buds of crystal start to emerge from their flesh and expand, kind of covering over the remaining kind of severed parts of the body on the floor into an odd, kind of like chaotic flurry of crystal growth. It looks very hard and difficult to break, but it does nothing more than that. So it doesn't damage any of the others. So, Holly, finally, let's. What are you going to do?
Seeing that a couple of them have been constrained, Blink wants to get in on the action, so he's going to do a similar thing to Wick, but like, I guess the other side, to like try and run in and auto fire at them as well.
Okay, cool. Then give me an agility roll, and the base difficulty here is going to be 8. The constrain gives you makes it 4 better either way. So,
amazing. So I only need to get 5 then on the dice.
Nice.
Yeah, so lovely.
You got an agility of 3.
No, agility of 1, but -2 to tests for agility. Unless if it does an attack count as a test, is the
it says all presence and agility tests, doesn't it? But equally, I guess it doesn't. They're called combat tests versus. It's a tough one, isn't it? Because it doesn't seem to make sense for being stealthy.
Yeah, exactly.
Because you're not being stealthy. I tell you what. We'll make it apply for all presence and agility, just tests outside of combat. I'm more than happy for that to be the case, because that's how it's described in the book, right?
Yeah.
It just says all agility and presence.
Yeah, it just says all presence and agility tests. Right?
But we'll apply it to presence and agility tests.
Where I'm actually trying to be stealthy. Yeah.
Bang on.
Brilliant.
I think that's a fair balance.
In this case, I'm not trying to be stealthy. I'm running forward and trying to spray and pray. But I rolled a 15, so we're good.
More than good enough. Why don't you give me a damage roll?
Okay, so that will be a d6. Yeah. So that is 6 damage on the first attack.
You spray like a whole, chunk of bullets from your magazine into them, and their body kind of like judders in among these tangling, thick rubber wires and goes still.
Amazing. And then because I hit with an auto fire, then I get another attack.
Yeah.
Which I got an 18. So yeah, that definitely hits.
Yep. Damage again.
Another 6.
Yeah. See, before the stream, I was saying the combat balancing. You're like, oh, are we all going to die? And I was like, no, I think you'll kind of make mincemeat of some of these individuals. And yeah, I think that in my head, this is Blink just like slowly walking forward, just like.
Yeah, well, she's got 2 as well, so it's literally
yeah. Just filling those bodies with bullets. Okay, there we go. At the end of combat, first thing you do is restore D4 of HP. So Wick gets to make that roll because I think. Oh, Empho? Is it both of you? Yeah. No, just Empho gets to recover, and also you have to make a roll a D. Every gun. Okay, if you auto fired, roll a D6 for each weapon fired.
I rolled a 4.
I rolled a 6.
Did you auto fire?
No, I rolled a d6. No, I rolled a d8 and rolled a 6.
Okay, that's fine. Holly, how did you do?
Yeah, so I rolled 2d6 because it was 2 attacks, right? I got a 5 and a 3, so I believe the 3 means that I've emptied my mag.
Yeah, and I'm gonna like play because you've got double SMGs. I'm just gonna say one of your mags is empty on one of your SMGs.
Amazing, cool.
So
well, yeah, I'll
say,
tuck that one behind my back.
Yeah. So I'm gonna say that now your damage roll for them is a D3 until you get another mag for the
Cool.
other SMG.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Actually, let's make it easy. It's a D4. It's a D4. So we don't have to mess around. Seems enough of a penalty to me. And unless, of course, you have magazines explicitly listed, then you got to go buy some or find some. So there we go.
Yeah, we'll need to find some ammo.
and to think, folks, I was worried that you wouldn't trigger the infestations on these guys, but we've got 2 of them in that first one. So there we go. Okay.
Is that stuff we've seen before? That sort of, right.
Yeah, nano infestations go off in all kinds of crazy ways. And if someone's nano infested, it happening on them dying or like them receiving a lot of damage is very plausible. Very plausible.
There aren't any convenient sort of ammunition sellers on this street, are there? Any sort of...
not immediately next to you. No.
Shame. Oh, well.
Are magazines specific to the weapon? Or is it like a future tech?
Weapon type.
Right.
Yeah. They had pistols. So.
I have spare magazines, but I wasn't sure whether my assault rifle
it'd have to be an SMG magazine.
Yeah.
Well, they know we're here. Stealthy as ever.
Okay. What are we doing?
Enfo is still holding his assault rifle. And he's like, well, if they know we're here...
Can I send my spider drone towards... We're not just gonna walk through the front door again, are we?
I mean, why not? We iced those guys super easy.
Yeah, but I don't have unlimited ammo. Let me send the bot. I'll see what I can see in the corridor, in the entrance. And I'll command the bot to go forwards and take a closer look at the place. Maybe try and see what's the entrance that's in front of us. Whether I can see anything in there. You're on mute.
I'm going to be as harsh as it's possible to be. And the entry for the spider drone does not say that it has a camera that you can see through. So I'm going to say it doesn't. You could definitely ask it to perform, it says it can follow commands. So I would say that you can order it to go in and come back and, go in and perform a sweep and come back. But, whether it's accurate or not is pretty, yeah. You don't know how reliable it would be. You're on mute now. We're swapping.
Excellent. I'll command it to go to the entrance and engage anybody who's there.
Sure. It kind of scuttles inside and you wait for however long you want to wait, 10, 20, 30 seconds, and there's no sound of laser fire.
I have remembered that in one of my many trench coat pockets, I have a vision visor, which has heat vision on it.
Mm-hmm.
So I will shift the assault rifle to one hand and have a look for heat signatures in this building.
Yeah, you can do that. Give me a presence roll at difficulty 8, please.
Presence roll, difficulty 8. 20.
Yeah, you are dead sure. You see a weird heat signature, but it looks kind of like amorphous and maybe like some kind of energy field. But you can't see anyone alive in there.
Huh. Well, that's disappointing.
What's
I
up?
think we got them.
Nah. What only
I
four?
hand Wick the vision visor.
There can't only be 4. Anyway, what's that? What's that signature? Any idea?
A computer? Mainframe server furnace?
Hacker words.
Firewall.
That firewall's up. Oh, never mind. I'll describe to Blink where this signature is. Pass the goggles over as well.
Okay,
We can all have a look.
should we try and have a look? If there's no one else in there, should we try and have a look around? Probably be careful of this thing because we don't know if it's armed.
Can I have a quick lore check with the games master?
Okay.
Kate
Yeah.
mentioned a mind palace.
Mm-hmm.
In my head, is that like a hard drive, or is that like do I have any concept of what a mind palace might be, or am I just like, that's a corpo thing?
I think you're reaching for more complex lore than Cyborg has. You're here
That's
to
fair.
look for a mind palace. You don't have the specs. No. Like,
Cool.
I'm sure we'll know it when we see it. Yeah, I guess Wick will head over and kind of unbelieving, like keeping a look at the windows and so on. But yeah, head over to the entrance. How's the rest of the street dealing with this sudden outbreak of carnage?
some people ran away. Some people just kept on sitting and like, kind of like vegetating in the heat. A couple of them were just watching curiously from maybe behind some light cover, but no one's particularly fussed.
Sure. Oh, before I forget, yeah, we should probably check those bodies out, right? Is the nano infestation? Is it still?
The wires are like the crystal is still there. No, yeah, it's all still there.
Oh god.
So if
okay.
you want
Maybe
to
not
check
then.
out the crystal one, you'd have to break through it. All the ones who are constrained by like those rubbery wires, yeah, you could definitely search them while you're doing that, while they're constrained.
Yeah, Blink's interested in doing that. Can she look for like some detritus on the ground, like a fucking pipe or whatever, and use that to like poke at the infestation and see
you
if it's going to
absolutely
grab
can, and it doesn't respond in any way.
Brilliant. Okay, she'll start going through all this stuff then.
Okay. So there are 3 9mm pistols if you want them. I'll say that 2 of them are dry, but one of them the mag is still like there's enough in there. Then there's 3 of those, and also I didn't put it there. Why wouldn't I put it there? That's very, very silly. Is the cat still audible?
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
I can hear a cat.
Oh.
It's not around here, I don't think. It's probably if you still got noise cancellation. Turned off, that will.
Yeah. Because I turned it off for the bit. Yeah, awesome. Hang on, here we go.
Cat cancellation.
Cat cancellation. There we go. That should hopefully help. Okay, and also, in addition to that, 3 pistols, one of which with actual ammunition. 2 of them you can also roll on the pocket lint table. Holly, so why don't you give me 2 D66 rolls, please?
So that is a 15 and a 56.
Okay. The 15 is nothing. A literal lint. And
Lint.
did you say 56?
Yeah, 56.
Yeah. It is a cult pamphlet, and of course, the cult will be the heirs of Cairgos, announcing a ritual celebration for the coming night. Yeah, it gives an address.
Cool. Keyboard is.
I mean, bear in mind, I wrote that. We rolled that on the pocket lint table, but let me put it this way: I said that it's got an address on also for a reason.
Okay.
And that is that I was going to say there's something else they're all carrying, and you rolled it.
Neat.
So there we go. It's basically replicated what you were going to find on them as well. So, I mean, happy coincidence, but also means you don't get anything extra from the pocket lint roll. So
yeah, I mean that's fine. Yeah,
we got some. We got some lint.
Something. Yeah, you got some lint. So there we go. Okay, are we gathered and heading inside then?
Yeah. Blink's probably gonna try and go like a little bit ahead to try and be a little bit sneaky.
Okay, you take a few paces towards the door, Blink, and I would like everyone, please, to roll presence. Yes. Standard difficulty, so against 12.
Yeah, I make that easy.
You make it. Okay. In that case, Wick and Empho have the unfortunate coincidence to be looking in a generally westward direction when the sky lights up with a colossal flash of light. Wick and Empho, could you basically any sensory roll until I tell you otherwise, you're going to have a -2 penalty to it. Okay. Blink, you are not looking towards it, and so you can after the initial flash, you can turn around. You can see a bright, sort of whitish yellow light in the sky, and as you watch some distance further over the city, a mushroom cloud starts to boil into the sky. It's not a small one.
Okay. I mean, this actually works quite well because Blink like constantly has like hood and shades on.
Yeah, sure.
So that helps. In this current scenario, though, that's not going to do much against the mushroom cloud if there's like radiation coming. So yeah, she's going to shout at the other two that there was. Yeah, just going to point and just go. What do we do?
Yeah, people on the street are all kind of like staring and shouting at each other. A few of them are screaming and running. But like realistically, like, you know, you're not in a position where if it's gonna be bad, running isn't gonna do a goddamn thing unless you've got a handy bunker or heavily walled inside place to be in. It does look a long way away. If you want, I have worked out the distance and whether you would see a mushroom cloud at this distance. And if you want to, it's definitely in the city. But here's something I'll give you for free. East to west, the city is at least 186 miles in distance. It's colossal, right? It's a mega conurbation. And yes, you can see a mushroom cloud at that distance.
I'm just thinking to the Fallout TV series thumb test, which I've no idea whether that's even, but
yeah,
I think Wick will more likely just be sort of scrambling inside.
Inside seems better than outside for sure.
Yeah, inside seems better.
Okay,
for the moment.
You scramble into the blasted laboratory. All around you is wreckage. Like it seems to have been really thoroughly turned over by the nanogoons, presumably over the last few days. Everything is scattered around. There are bullet holes in all the walls. There you can see a few bodies scattered around, who are just kind of like scientists in lab coats. And there's kind of like a large extensive central corridor that runs around. What you're in now seems to be like maybe a kind of like reception area, and there's a big long thick corridor that kind of seems to run around a central couple of rooms and have lots of other rooms scattered around it. I'm not going to go into like a mapping thing or anything like that. Yeah, like if you want to like take a closer look like around the building, I'll give you some more details, but that's really it.
Yeah, I mean, Blink's probably just going to immediately go to have a look at these bodies and see if they've got anything of value on them. Yeah.
Sure. Let's because I don't know how many that. Let's just have another pocket lint roll.
Cool.
I think that's fine.
That's 63.
That is a cred stick with 63 creds on it.
Lovely. Blink does not say anything upon finding this and immediately pockets it.
Well, we probably won't be able to see it anyway. Wick is still sort of, cursing.
Yeah, blinking and cursing. Yeah. What are Wick and Empho doing?
I think, as well as trying to get my eyesight back to normal. I guess staying flush with the walls, trying to just sneak a look into neighboring rooms, just checking that there's no one in there, trying to sort of listen out for basically like limited just
scouting.
Yes, protective scouting in the way of sort of, is this place safe style.
It certainly seems to be. You can't see anyone living or really anything of note. There's some like scientific equipment, but like some of it seems to have been trashed. Some of it has probably been stolen, and the rest of it is nothing you can really recognize. Yeah, there's no one living and nothing to be seen really in the immediate area surrounding here. How about Info?
Info, like, he kind of scrubs at his eyes a bit and looks at his hands. He's mildly alarmed to see like weird flashing lights dancing over his skin, and then remembers that that's just his subdermal implants. That's always been there. He's going to go and try and find the source of the heat signature.
That's fair enough. How cautious is he being?
Is cautious a word?
For Info, fairly cautious, but I think for a normal person, like he's not charging down and bashing open doors, but he's not particularly quiet.
So the that signature was in like the southerly part of the building, right? From where you are, which is like more kind of like the northwest part of the building. And on your way, the only thing you notice as you're going on your way to it is there is a big long storage room that mostly looks to have been like kind of tossed. But also, Orc Skull, thank you for your raid. Sorry, I wondered why there was all the cheese comments, and now I know. Clearly, Orc Skull likes cheese, folks, and that's just how it is. Yeah, the southerly part of the building, you pass like a storage room. It's quite big. There are a lot of kind of like cardboard and metal boxes in there. It looks to have been fairly thoroughly tossed, but it is there. As you get further down to the very most southerly part of the laboratory, you enter a long corridor, at the end of which there are a number of rooms leading off to it, most of which seem to be test chambers, and at the end of which there is a large sealed metal door, and that metal door has some kind of odd, visually kind of thrumming and vibrating green energy field over it. I would like you to roll knowledge, and I'm going to make it pretty tough because Empho is not the kind of guy who would really be given to knowing this. I'm going to make it difficulty 16 for you.
Ooh, okay. I rolled a 15 with 1 knowledge. Wait. Yeah, because this isn't sensory, right? Because it's recognizing something.
Yeah, it's just recognizing it. That's fine.
16.
Okay. You've encountered one of these before. Otherwise, you would definitely have no way of knowing. That's a gamma radiation field.
Okay.
You probably don't want to stick your hand in there.
Okay. Is
Uh,
that like? Is it like
Is that
a
bad?
defensive thing over the door, or is it
Probably.
like the room is flooded with gamma radiation?
I mean, it could be both, but it seems very precise and squarely over the door. So it's
Okay.
probably, and it also, yeah, let's say you can see that there is machine, like, technology around the door frame that is probably emitting the gamma radiation field.
Right.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, let's check it. I'm just going to randomize some checking because people are doing different things. So let's just randomly check in with one of the others. Holly, Blink has finished rifling through these dead scientist pockets. What are you doing next?
I'll probably follow after Ampho. And then, seeing the like door with shielding on it, her eyes immediately go, okay, no, there's something interesting behind that. And go straight into like, how do I disable this field mode?
Sure. Well, while you're doing that, Wick, are you following them as well? Like, there's definitely an area that hasn't been investigated to like the northeast of this laboratory. Just so you know, but you don't know what Blink and Ampho are doing down there either. But they are in that direction.
Well, yeah, I'll sort of follow along cautiously. And yes, if there's an area that I can determine they haven't checked over, I'll give it a look.
Okay. Yeah. So sorry. Did you say you were? If you're following them, you're going in the opposite. Like, does that make sense? Like, did you say you? Sorry. Did you start that by saying you were following them?
I did.
Because those are two opposite directions.
Okay, right. I'm going to stick with following them because my eyesight's still not great.
Okay.
I'll command the bot to follow us. And
sure, you're all in this corridor with the gamma ray field. Then there's no control pad. So really, you've probably got three options with it. One is to try and force it. One is to try and get to it mechanically, like presumably by breaking open that technology at the bottom and top and seeing what you can do. And the other would be trying to hack it, like by trying to find a port to plug in and seeing if you can do something with it. And Blink is the one thinking about this, so I will allow you a knowledge roll at standard difficulty to try and figure out the main problems and issues with these different approaches.
Okay, that's a 19 total on that. So
yeah, like that technology stuff in this field, like clearly it's here to prevent a violent approach. So like that's probably going to be real difficult, and also that might have like a chain reaction effect that you're not terribly happy with. Gamma radiation is nothing to fuck with, and opening up that technology, I mean, if you do it right, it'll shut it off. If you don't, something real bad could happen. The hacking is probably the safest, but it requires finding a port and one of you being decent at hacking. So those are the options basically, or something I haven't thought of that you want to try.
Okay.
Sending wave after wave of your own men at it or something.
Blink's going to turn to the other two and just go, let's not mess around with that physically. Can either of you two hack?
I can hack at things.
No, like with technology, not with chainsaw.
Chainsaw is technology.
Yes, you're correct. You're correct.
HLR was trying to teach me to. I've been trying to branch out a bit, but I'm not great. But I can have a go.
I mean, look, not great is better than terrible. So let's give it a shot.
As you're having this conversation, the entire building shakes and dust kind of like comes down from the air filtration system and stuff like that. It doesn't feel like something is happening in this building. The city has the blast wave just hit you. You don't hear anything outside but the whipping of debris against the walls and like a very high wind, and everything gets noticeably slightly warmer. But that's it.
Okay, that's bad, but sure. It'll be bad in a few years, you know?
Yeah, we need to live that long before it's a problem.
Okay, Wick, are you going to try and find a port to plug into this thing?
I will, yes.
Okay.
No.
Unfortunately, this is going to hit your so either give me a I'll let you use a couple of things for it, but it's going to apply either way because there's some element of looking around. I would like either knowledge or presence, but you're going to take a -2 to it. And it's probably already pretty difficult. It's going to be 16. And you can use either knowledge or presence.
Is there a mechanic for helping out with that?
Nah.
Okay.
You don't help people in Cyborg.
Cyborg, good God. No. Okay. So that's 16. Does that include the penalty?
Correct.
Right, okay.
Yeah, including the penalty.
I'll go with knowledge. I'll try to figure out where ports are most likely to be based on cabling and whatnot, because my presence is -2. So I roll 18 + 1, 19.
Okay. You find what you think is the port for the for this, mechanical device around the door. You find it outside one of the test chambers further up the corridor, but you're pretty sure you can follow the wiring along the top. You're pretty sure this is it. You can plug the cyberdeck in it and see if you can persuade it to turn off.
I will do that.
Okay, this is going to be again. I believe knowledge is just a thing for general hacking, right? Let me double check that because you're not using an app or anything. You don't have one. Hacking without apps. Yeah, you test knowledge to break into the. Yeah. I'm afraid this is going to be a 16 as well. But that, if it's any consolation, that's without penalty. I'm not applying a penalty. It's just that hard.
Okay. I was considering using a glitch.
Considering using your other glitch. How many glitches?
I've only got 2. Only got 2, so this will be the last one. I can't. No, I need to save one.
That's fine.
I didn't need to. I rolled an 18, so 19 with.
You enter the you enter the deck into the system. It's not complicated. In fact, it seems to be entirely shut off from the net. There's no external connectivity here whatsoever. You don't know if the nanogoons clipped that at some point or whether that was intentional by the laboratory. But either way, a shut system is much more easy to hack into. Clearly, you've been listening to HLA because, yeah, you do it. You find the node, you shut down the node. The green light flickers and fades with an audible kind of both a hum and a strange hiss. Coming from the air around where it was. And yeah, the door light, a light on the door flickers from red to blue.
I think I got it.
Cool. Hesitantly, Blink's going to try and open the door.
Okay. Inside is a not a huge room, like a kind of modest-sized room. It's definitely a vault because there's nothing really in it apart from a small metal pillar, and on top of that metal pillar is what looks like just a small, quite casual-seeming keychained mem stick. Oh, I did not mean to do that.
Okay. Sure. Yeah, Blink will try and grab that. Probably check if there's any security around it. But yeah, she'll try and grab it.
Sure. I mean, if you want to check if there's extra security, give me a presence or a knowledge roll. Difficulty 12.
Okay. We'll go knowledge. Said 16 total.
Okay, no, you think it's clear. It's
Cool.
just a big
Yeah,
empty room.
grab it and leave. Yeah.
Okay. You have in your hands a keychain memstick with an quite an elegant paper label stuck to it, on which in quite fancy handwriting is the words "machine influencer." That's all that's in there.
Excellent. Cool. Yeah. Blink will go out.
Okay.
What have you got? Is that the memory palace thing? What?
It says like machine influencer. I don't think this is it.
Also, I would note that I believe, according to your contacts, like the Mind Palace isn't meant to be here.
Oh, okay, right.
The Mind Palace is like they took the Mind Palace and then they attacked this place and seem to be looking for something. And the idea is find what they're looking for here,
Gotcha.
acquire it, and use it as leverage to recover, like hopefully the Mind Palace and Reeve, the guy who designed the Mind Palace.
Okay, so this could be what they were after.
It could be.
Let's keep looking.
Okay. So are we going to the only part of the building we haven't yet searched? That would seem like an appropriate thing to do, but
yeah, the
I don't
bit
want to
where
stomp on your agency.
was this where the heat signature was coming from?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
That's what I thought. Cool.
The gamma ray field was the heat signature.
Let's check out the rest of it, but this looks like what it was then in that case.
Okay, you head back up, kind of past that storage area, up to the. I take it we're just having a look around the corridors to the northeast of the building. So this seems to be offices mainly. You go past a number of them, all ransacked, and then reach one at the end of a row. That just from peering through the door, you can see it isn't ransacked at all. And the door is kind of like half closed and has the word haunted daubed on it in you hope it's red spray paint.
Okay. Maybe not. Maybe not that one. If either of you two want to go ahead, then sure. But maybe not.
Can I listen at the door? Just sort of, yeah.
You can hear the gentle whirring of it sounds like a server or something.
I can't hear anything. There's just a server noise.
If you're that close, you're listening. You can always also look in and see that there is another dead body in a lab coat in there.
Well, someone's been in here. I can see a body. Does it look like they've been? Can I tell how they've died? Do they look like they've been shot?
Yeah, sure. They've definitely been shot. And you know what? There's a blood trail coming from the corridor in there. So you would assume they've been shot outside and then have retreated in here. And then died. Unless they're a really heavy sleeper.
Leaky sleeper. Sorry, I don't know why I said that. Ampho, you're superstitious?
I mean, yes, but that's not going to stop me. If anything, that's just more encouraging.
Yeah, Blink takes 2 steps back hearing this.
I'll get the bot ready. Do you want to go in first?
Okay. Ampho, you open the door and walk in. Nothing immediately happens. It is an office. It looks to be quite a nice office. And you can see that there is a nameplate on the desk that says Reeve. The desk has the normal accoutrement, and there's also a data unit to the side where someone would store a large amount of data, and there is the body of a scientist on the floor, face down, riddled with bullets.
Do we actually have a description of the Reeve person?
Yeah,
who we're
I'll
looking
say
for?
you got a grainy photo image from your cousin Enfo of a very plain and normal looking man in like maybe his late 40s or early 50s, just like real square, you know, corpo square kind of vibes.
Yeah, corpo scientist nerd.
Yeah.
Okay. And definitely not any of the bodies that we found.
Correct.
Good. Good, good, good.
Wick will be just looking at Ampho, seeing whether they do anything. You know, head turns around, floats in the air.
I'm gonna take a pace around the room, partially looking for anything physically interesting, and partly trying to search for something spiritually interesting.
Okay. I don't know what you mean by that.
By which bit?
Any of it.
Like, I'm gonna.
You're pacing around the room looking for stuff. I've described everything in the room to you.
Okay.
If you want to interact and investigate any of it further, you can do that. But there's nothing extra that you can get by walking around this very small room.
Are there drawers on the desk?
No.
Okay.
I have described everything in the room to you. If you want to investigate any of it further, let me know.
Okay. No ghosts.
Okay. I'll enter the room. Sorry, Matt. Can you for me, because I was off trying to activate.
There is a desk with the normal kind of accoutrement of a desk on it.
Yeah.
Like the mundane stuff. There is a data unit next to it where someone would typically store a lot of data. There is a bullet-riddled body face down on the floor wearing a lab coat. And that is the room.
Okay. Well, I'll search the body.
Thank you. So you turn over the body. It has a name tag on that says Reeve. Enfo, you instantly recognize that it's Reeve. Yeah. Anyone want to do anything else about that?
Well, that's one of our goals. Literally shot. Not great.
I'd like to take a look at the data store thing.
Sure, absolutely. Kind of stand up and kind of look over it. Okay, can you? You can just. Are you gonna jack your deck into it or anything like that, or are you just looking at it physically?
I think I will jack in
Okay.
after I've given it a quick once over. But yeah, I'll jack in.
Can you give me, please, a let me double check something. Can you give me a? This is interesting. This is in effect kind of a defense roll and kind of not. Can you test agility for me, please? It's just standard difficulty 12.
Sure. Yes. I don't have any. I know I have a high agility. I don't think I've got any other. What was my? Oh yeah, no. The special roll I've got is for repairing tech. Okay. Agility. Oh dear. Okay. I rolled a 10 under 12 on that one with my +3. So no.
Okay. What kind of armor have you got?
The basic, so it's a D2 protection.
Okay, I'm going to judge this does not apply because I don't think it should. Basically, you go to jack in, and there is a. It's not like a spark of like. It's not like a. You know what it looks like when you complete a circuit.
Yeah.
This isn't that. There is a brief bright flash from the data unit, and your hand holding your jack is like seized up and like spasming slightly, smoking slightly, and there's a scorched contact point on the back of your hand. That's 3 HP, please. You're probably also staggering back and like shaking.
I will yell.
It just electrocuted you.
That shouldn't have done. Ow.
It doesn't look like it has anything on it that would do that.
How large is this thing?
Not big, like a cube, about that big.
I don't know what that is, but it's either got some form of protection or it's shorted. I don't know, but that was nasty.
I mean, yeah, you're a gearhead, right?
Hmm.
Yeah, like that seems pretty weird. Like, in fact, why don't you give me a knowledge roll, and we'll start this one at difficulty 18, but we might revisit it further down the line.
Sure. No, I got a 12 on that, so
that's fine. While this is happening, Blink and Info, are you doing anything else in the room? I mean, Blink's got a habit, and I don't know if Blink wants to go for that habit.
Yeah, now that the body's been poked, she knows that it's safe, so is gonna go and have a look at the body. Actually, the main thing that she's looking for is some kind of like security pass or something that might disable whatever's going on with this data storage thing.
Well, so the body is, like I say, riddled with gunfire. In the like lab coat pocket. First, you know it, we love it. Make a pocket lint roll. What did we get?
You just remuted yourself, Holly.
Yeah, sorry, 65.
That's 65 creds on a cred stick.
Hell yeah!
So there we go. You also found what looks very much like a data unit passkey.
Okay, so she's gonna chuck the data unit passkey to Wick, but at the same time pocket that cred stick because, you know,
sure
as well. But she's using that as a distraction.
Sure, you are all in the room. So, but what I'm going to say is give me a presence roll. I think you've got a good distraction there. So we'll start from a base of 10. But then you can apply your bonus to it as well.
Yeah, so that's -2. So an 8.
8. Yeah, you're looking for an 8 to see the others not notice you do that.
16.
Yeah. Okay. Wick, Blink has tossed you a passkey for the data unit. It's the make, and it's definitely the passkey for this data unit. They probably have matching serial numbers on them.
Sure. Well, I will, with some hesitation, plug it in or apply it or whatever. Yeah.
As you do that, Blink, can you give me an agility roll at 12, please? And you're. Again, this feels like no. You know what? This is essentially a combat roll, and your sneak doesn't apply. So yeah.
So 13 total.
So you succeed.
Yeah.
Okay. You hear a clunk above you, and you kind of like instinctively move to the side, and there was like a fan slowly rotating above you, and the power unit on the side of it seems to have like detached and dropped where your head was. It wouldn't have killed you, but it would have.
It would have hurt. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Can she nudge it with her foot? And,
yeah. It's not moving, but it looks like the thing, like the sort of like hydraulic seals holding it in place. It's come out clean. There's no shearing. So it's like the thing detached itself and fell on you.
Okay, can she like pick it up and have a look at it?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. She'll do that. Yeah.
It looks perfectly normal. In the meantime, Wick, you are poking around in this data unit. You can instantly, like, what do you want to do? Do you want to take the time and look while you're here, or do you want to pull all the info from the data unit onto your deck and browse it at your leisure later?
I think probably that. Probably
Okay.
get the data onto my... Yeah.
You copy it all. Are you copying it, or are you cutting it?
Info. How secure is this information here? Do we want to keep it to ourselves?
We weren't told not to. I guess that depends on how valuable it is.
I mean, leverage is leverage, right?
Yeah. I'll wipe the device. I'll take it all onto my deck and wipe the device.
Okay. Are we getting out of here?
Sure. Yeah. Blink's going to pass this power unit to Wick because he seems to have more ideas on technology. This thing almost knocked me out when it fell out of the ceiling. It looks normal, but it feels like it shouldn't be, you know?
Are we saying this as we're leaving, or are we doing this in the
Yeah, as we're leaving, yeah.
Okay. Do one of you think you'll be going last out of the room?
Yes.
Or you think you'd be taking up the rear? Okay, can you give an agility roll at difficulty 12, please?
Yes. I rolled 2.
Okay. The automatic security on the door, like the emergency security, seems to activate as you're partway through it, and the door slams shut with like bone-breaking force on one of your arms as you exit. Take. No, I think armor would apply for this. I think armor.
I don't have armor.
Okay, then take 3 HP.
Okay.
Fortunately, you've got quite a lot of HP. 13.
I do.
So, yeah,
Right.
you it might have broken a bone or fractured a bone. Like, it's very painful, and you have to kind of like drag your arm out, and it like keeps trying to like. Let's say your arm has definitely been battered, and like maybe 2 of your fingers are broken from having to like drag yourself out of it, and the last 2 like snap at the end as the door tries to crunch shut.
Luckily, I'm going to say that's my non-shooting hand.
Okay.
We're left staring at a door with haunted written on it, I presume.
Yeah. Wick, give me a knowledge roll at 16, please.
No, failed. Rolled an 8 that time.
You got no fucking clue what was going on in there.
I give the door a vengeful kick and then stalk away, slightly disappointed that I have failed to commune with the supernatural.
Sure. Okay, are we going to go and try and find somewhere a bit calmer? Maybe Blink's... You've got like a decommissioned taxi cab, right?
Yeah. Parked up the street will be my illicitly gotten taxi cab that's got like fake plates on it, basically. So yeah,
sure.
we'll go up there.
Absolutely. You all settle in there. The streets are much emptier than they were before. You can see as you're walking down the street, there are like newscast displays, calling this the city's darkest day since the incident. The market is in a free fall as a nuclear attack or explosion of some kind has happened in the western part of Sai in the district known as South Central. It has lots of arcs, corp HQs, hitherto immortal fat cats. They're nothing but gas now. So far, no organization has claimed credit for the attack. Citizens everywhere are advised to go about their business and not worry about it. You settle in the taxi, and I'm assuming, Wick, are you going to go through this data you've pulled?
Yes. Yes, I'll start sifting through it.
Okay. What you find in there are there's a couple of interesting things. First, I see misclicks several times. There's a tremendous amount of experimental information, hardly any of which you can pass in any way at all. Like, someone who knows more what it's talking about, you're sure would get a lot from it. You really don't know. There are many decades of journal entries, and I mean decades, as in some of this stuff seems to be at least a century old. There's an address book with at least 4/5 of the people listed as dead. And in that address book, you also find linked through, and it's like a file that's been like tagged several times. So it's like been accessed a lot, and it's kind of starred in a way. It's a favorite, right? A single address location entered for Reeve himself. It is a subterranean cold storage unit elsewhere in the ports. The file contains a code for the door. And I think we'll take our first break there. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah,
Lovely
good
stuff.
stuff.
We'll be away for about 10 minutes, folks. And by around, I mean precisely. Rejoin us then and find out what happens next. Bye. Hello, everyone. We return in more vertical form. Oh, John will be with us in a moment. I've taken a risk. I've opened the door for the cat again. The cat has had some tuna. Well, actually, mixed with something, and people will take entirely the wrong. It's tuna mixed with laxative. For a proper medically categorized reason. And there's nothing, he just has a little bit of laxative every day. It's fine, you know? We could all do with that, couldn't we? Anyway, the cat's had his tuna. And I put a more comfy bed here in the hope that look, he's got his cuddly toys.
Oh.
So hopefully he will come in and be better behaved. But we'll find out. So welcome back. I think spending the time in the taxi cab with Wick looking through this information counts as a short rest. So everyone can feel free to regain a D4 of health points, hit points,
Lovely.
points, whatever they're called in this. So hopefully that's impactful. Now, obviously, I could definitely ask you where you're going next. But you've only really got one lead. So I feel like it's quite likely we're going to this cold storage unit in the ports, but correct me if I'm wrong.
I mean, I would have given this info to the other players, so it seems likely that going to we've just found dead Reeve. We have an address for Reeve. Sounds interesting. We've got a code. It does feel like a good place to go to.
Yeah. If anyone's interested, this is the map of Psy. If you're interested in the various places in it, I was hoping it would be more visible than this. Let's try and can we use this. Is that better? No. None of it is. Never mind. There we go. So I think you can probably see where it says ports, right? Towards kind of the north center of Psy. So yeah, that's kind of the rough area you're in. And you know what? As you start heading through the ports, let's have another image of what things look like in the ports. Towering, jagged, old buildings surrounded by obviously these entertainment districts. And also, because it's transport, a hell of a lot of walled off and security heavy areas of goods and other things transported by various people with a lot of money, probably for other people with a lot of money. It is still kind of hot and humid. The mushroom cloud is literally still in the air, probably like fairly slowly dissipating. The light has returned to how it was, but like everything is kind of like there's an odd feeling to the air. I will put it that way. I don't think you're close enough that there is anything like, or yet, I don't think you're close enough that there's lots of dust settling, or kind of like, oh, there's a strange metallic tinge to the air.
Yeah,
I don't think you're close enough. You're 180 miles, like you're probably not 180 miles, but you're like hundreds of miles away from what happened. Over 100 miles away from what happens. I'm not saying it's safe, but
which way is the wind blowing?
That's a very good question, isn't it? Let's the wind is blowing okay, so you are God, I have to do this in reverse. You're in the northwest of Psy, right? Here. The nuclear explosion or bomb or whatever it was went off here. And the wind is going that way. Could be worse, could be better. Okay. It's certainly, at least that it's southerly, is a direction that you would want. Sure. As you drive the taxi cab through the packed streets of the ports, you find yourself emerging at the address, which is a block-wide sinkhole surrounded by debris, broken sewage pipes, and construction equipment. It does not look like an address in the typical sense of the word. Nearby, there is a colossal and incredibly well-guarded Royal West shipping warehouse. I mean, they're very well known. They more or less own. If anyone owns the docks, it's them. Nobody dares challenge them in their kind of monopoly on sea transport. But really, the address is this sinkhole / construction site that you've been given. And as you emerge from the taxi cab, who hasn't rolled random dice in a while? Anyone?
Can't remember. I think it was a while since I rolled one, but
then give me a D100 roll, please.
D100. Okay. That is a 28.
28. Okay. Nearby, there is a nano-infested individual with wrappings around their disfigured skull. They are handing out flyers for a charity kill match between two groups of former celebrity idols. What are we doing?
I will take one of those pamphlets.
I bet you will. And I will attempt to not have my headphone cable get eaten. Look, if I let him up on me, the chances of him jumping down and settling are greatly improved. That's all I'm saying.
I believe it.
Yeah. What else are we doing?
I guess go and investigate this like construction site thing and see if, well, we know there will be more to it than that, but trying to figure out what that more is.
Yeah, sure. As you sort of step into the construction site, there is no one in it that you can see. There are signs that people have been here, kind of like, detritus and like food wrappers and various, like maybe shell casings and stuff like that. But no one seems to be particularly around now. The sinkhole definitely hasn't been sort of fully filled in. And over by it is what looks like a fairly like ramshackle elevator shaft that seems to lead down into the sinkhole. And as you peer down into it, you can see it seems to very swiftly turn into what is obviously like an intentional like vertical tunnel leading down. Like you can see like some bracings and like almost like an extremely large like metal pipe surrounding the way down. So at least you're not sure if the sinkhole was opened it up and then the thing was put down there, or vice versa. But yeah, and as I say, there's an elevator which doesn't seem to be locked off or anything that leads down the shaft.
What do you reckon? Should we get on the elevator?
I will give it a once over. I know we've got a code, but does it look serviceable? Does it look like it's been used recently? Is it sort of?
I'm not sure how you could tell if it's been used recently, but it's ramshackle, but it looks functional, like it works. It doesn't look expensively built.
Sure.
But neither is it covered in rust and bits falling off it.
Well, this is the address. Yeah, let's have a look, and I'll step into the elevator.
So it's definitely, it's definitely like the elevator is like there's no walls to it. It's just like it's basically a sheet platform with 4 pillars holding up like the top and like a large chain like elevator system like on top of that. And it does, but on one of those metal pillars does have a little control pad, which has numbers like 1 through to 6 on them, like top down.
Okay.
What's the code number that we've got?
Does it have like 7, 8, or 9 in it, basically.
In the avoidance of what I can see you barreling towards, yes.
Cool. Okay. Work at floor 1 and go down.
Yeah, work our way through.
Okay.
You press the number 1, and with a juddering start, the elevator kind of starts to glide downwards. There's it feels stable-ish. It is swaying slightly, but you think that's just a consequence of it being on this chain and not being enclosed in like an actual elevator shaft. It's literally just going down. I'm calling it a shaft, but it's more like a more open pipe that's leading down into the ground. The first thing you notice is that you go past what looks like it's like a platform that you could maybe step off the elevator onto to like maintain. It looks like a maintenance platform. It's labeled 1, and the elevator goes past it and judders to a halt by a very similar platform labeled 2.
Off by 1 errors. Gotta love them.
You could get off here, and it looks like there's like a little set of stairs that lead up to 1, but nothing. It doesn't seem connected to anything further down.
Okay,
it just
sure.
seems these couple of like maintenance platforms.
Yeah, I'll get off here. Look up the stairs. I'm gonna go up there and have a look at the maintenance stuff first.
Okay. I mean, is there anything particular you want to know about it? It's like I say, it's like it looks like maybe they're power pipelines or like it. When I say maintenance, like it's infrastructure stuff.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I guess I'll just be taking note of what it controls. If there's if it's power, if it's just for future sort of
Sure.
if we need to shut off power or stuff like that.
I
just
mean, you're not sure this power is going to whatever
Sure,
this is. Yeah. It could be anything in the city.
Yeah, and if there's nothing particular of note, I'll go back down. And
you don't get the gut feeling that even if you wanted to put unless you had like schematics, like none of this, you know, kind of what it carries, but you don't know to where and why and etc. Yeah, we getting back on board.
So we're at level 2 currently.
Mm-hmm.
Is there anything? No doors. No, it's just a.
No, like I say, it's just
Wow.
2 maintenance platforms.
Okay.
Stairs up and down, but between them, but nothing
Yeah.
further down, nothing further up.
Yeah, let's keep going then.
Okay, what number are we pressing now?
I'm going to press
3?
2 first.
Okay.
Just to see what.
The elevator judders and starts going down. Okay. You go past what looks like another maintenance platform, and then you drop down. It's a maintenance platform that leads to like a tunnel that goes further off in somewhere. But it looks like a kind of like infrastructure tunnel. You go down still further past a load of cables that are like hanging across the pipe to the point where they like drape and slide down the side of the elevator and set you like swinging even slightly more. And then you reach another maintenance platform on the other side of the pipe. The one you passed was labeled 3, and this one is labeled 4, and that's where you stop.
Okay. Anything of note?
They look very similar to the top 2.
Then I'll glance at the others, and if I'll press 3.
Okay. The elevator sets up again. It moves downwards a very short distance, maybe only 10 meters or so, before it stops at... actually, it doesn't stop. It goes past another maintenance platform, and then it sort of drops down to definitely what you consider like the most interesting place you've seen so far, which is a like a wider purpose-built concrete corridor leading off from the side, and you can definitely see there are rooms in here. There's all sorts of stuff. It still has a very infrastructure vibe to it. But I would also like everyone to give me either a presence or a knowledge test, please.
I rolled a 20.
I rolled 13.
20.
Okay. Those of you who have rolled can see that there's a number of like technological infrastructure things on the side of the like the wall, like pipes and cabling and stuff like that. Most of it seems to have been stripped off. You can't see by what. But also, who rolled a 20? Both of you. You can also see that stuff higher up on the wall has been left in place. So above a certain layer on this in this corridor, everything technological has been like stripped off. But you can see the fixtures where it was, and occasionally like the pipe or wire casings. But everything seems to have been scavenged extremely neatly.
That's odd. Can I estimate the height that the scavenging has?
Yeah, probably maybe like 4 or 5 feet.
Okay.
Like, well, like there's stuff there you could reach that's been left intact.
This is a bit strange. Okay. I don't know what to make of this. There's other stuff that people could reach.
Yeah.
Can I walk down the corridor a bit and sort of
Yeah,
see
sure.
what else is there?
You stride down the corridor and you see that this kind of like scavenging of tech lower down the wall seems to have taken place further in than where you are. There's actually like electric lights here, like everything's illuminated. You see like that further back the corridor leads to like a more open chamber, and you can see from where it is that there also seems to be a big set of stairs in the center of this chamber, like leading further down. You can see at the top of the stairs what looks to be someone's clothes.
Well, I will head over and investigate those. See if there's anything in the pockets or any bullet holes or tears or stuff like that.
You can't see any bullet holes or tears, but you can see that the inside of the clothes is coated with a kind of like faded grey sludge. You can also see further piles of clothes further down the stairs, at the base of which you can see that there is what looks like a large chamber. And in fact, can you give me let's give you a presence check of 10? Oh, your presence is fine, but by the way, now your sensory stuff is fine.
Oh, great. Yeah, sorry, I was going to ask. Yeah. Presence check of 10. No, I rolled a 9. I've got a minus on presence, so no.
Okay. Blink and Info, are you like walking as far forward as Wick, or?
You're probably hanging back behind Wick a little bit, because whatever's going on here is clearly not. Yeah, Blink's not about it.
There's something weird here. There's clothes, some substance inside them, but nothing else.
Yeah, these people definitely got turned into sludge.
That's
Just waiting. Go on.
just weird. I don't like
Yeah,
that.
Yeah, let's not get turned into sludge. Actually,
I do not want to get turned into sludge.
What's the illumination like in the bottom of this?
Same, bright. You
Okay.
could see the room fairly. These are kind of like big empty rooms. And there's a number of like maybe tables and racks where things were stored over to each side, but they're all empty. And you don't know if that's because whatever, like they're all within 4 or 5 feet, right? So you don't know if these
Sure,
things
yeah.
have been scavenged as well, or because there just wasn't anything there. People left, you don't know. But there are several piles of clothes down the stairs and at the bottom.
Yeah. I don't really want to go down there. If there's any sort of random free object around that I can grab and throw into the...
Sure, let's say there's like a small table, like a metal table near you that you can like send cascading down the stairs.
Nothing untoward happens.
It's very loud, and shortly
shit.
after that, yeah, shortly after that, you can hear like a low, like quite not a loud buzzing, like a low buzzing noise, sort of like approaching the bottom of the stairs. It does not sound intimidating. It's like a mechanical noise, but not a loud mechanical noise.
Okay. I think I might try to get myself into a spot that's harder to see and just sort of peek over and see, just watch for a few moments.
Mm-hmm. What you see emerge from kind of round the bottom of the stairs is a what looks to be a somewhat cuboid cleaning bot with a number of like extraneous arms out of the side of it. It has kind of like tracks along the bottom of it, and it also has what look like a lot of like kind of like jury rigged weird technological things bolted onto the side of it. They look very random and very to your eyes as a gearhead kind of purposeless, or the purpose of them is difficult to see. It also has what like some kind of object that looks like maybe a data cassette strapped, like literally kind of glued in a case to the top of it. It is making odd kind of like buzzing machine noises to itself, and as it like rounds the corner, it like stops at each pile of clothes and sort of investigates, and at one point sprays some kind of liquid on one of the piles of clothes that starts to steam faintly. It has to be said, regardless of what it may or may not have done, it does not look intimidating. It's a cleaning bot.
Okay, that's weird, but like, yeah,
it's covered with an external metal casing, as all kind of cleaning bots would be, but it's not like armored or anything like that. You know what I mean? And it's like, yeah, it looks relatively easy to destroy in a pinch. But maybe it's also clearly done. You don't know if it's responsible for this, but
after you two.
Or you could just, fuck it and get back on the elevator. Like, I'm not encouraging you either way.
No, I think it couldn't have done whatever it is up here, because from the description,
it
doesn't
upstairs.
sound like it can go. Okay, never mind then.
It has tracks. It can go upstairs.
Either way, I'm going to go downstairs, and I'm going to go and try and knock over the cleaning bot.
So you're just going to try. So are you going to try and approach it stealthily in any way, and then just try and kick it over? Is that the idea?
Let's try that.
Okay. All right. Give me a presence roll. Just standard difficulty.
12 exactly.
Okay. You kind of slowly walked out. It's busy, like analyzing whatever it's found in like this pile of clothes on the ground. It's making like odd, like say, machine buzzing noises to itself. Yeah. Are you just straight up going to kick it over?
Yeah.
Is there any particular way you want to kick it over? like from the description I've made of it. Right, the stuff that it was spraying onto the ground was in the front of it, i.e. the part that's aimed towards the thing. The sides have these like mechanical grasping arms, but you can't see anything that could shoot anything, like, and the back is just like flat apart from some weird tech bits and pieces. By the way, now you're closer, you can see that like it or someone else has fused weird tech bits onto it, but you're not sure they're part of it. Does that make sense? It's like bolted shit onto itself, but you're not sure it's integrated.
Sure. So, like a fashion statement.
Or it's trying to augment itself and it doesn't know how to do it.
I'm going to try and knock
someone
it
else.
onto its front.
Okay. Can you give me a strength roll, please? Difficulty 6. Let's go the lowest we can go. But still, I think there's a question mark, so still.
I only just got it, but I got a 6.
Yeah, you tip it onto its front. The machine noises and buzzes go up in pitch and in a manner similar to panic or alarm. And you get the sense that whatever it's spraying out, it's now spraying on the floor, like underneath it. And there's a very pungent smell. The only thing of extra note is that now you've tipped it over, you can see that on top of it is, like I say, it appears to be an app cassette that's in a case on top of it. Doesn't look locked. It looks like you can just flip it open, and they're like cassettes, right? Or 8-track things. You can just like flip it open and grab it if you want. It doesn't seem able to write itself.
Yep, I'll just take the cassette out.
Okay.
And I guess pass it up to Wick. He's the one with the cyber deck.
Are you remaining there? The pungent smell is increasing.
No.
Okay. You step backwards from it and are quite pleased you do so, because as you do so, a pool of the liquid, whatever it is, starts spreading out underneath it. It doesn't seem to be doing anything to the concrete or the bot, but it smells real bad.
I don't think I need to worry about that.
Okay. Wick, what Empho has tossed you is a cassette for an app known as a false flagger. If you look at the app page, it's number 4. You can use it to fake an alarm or the location of a triggered alarm. And it will work in your deck just fine. Are we continuing to investigate down here?
I mean, is there anything else to investigate down here? Are there any other corridors off this big room that the cleaning bot was in? Or
yeah, you can see that like there's like a large tunnel that runs backwards and like maybe goes around the central pipe. Everything looks the same, like as above. Like all the tech's been taken from below and everything like that. So like you could definitely like have a look if you want, but it does look very similar stuff. There doesn't look like there's any change in what's around. You know what I mean?
Should we go down to the next floor, away from the cleaning bot that seems to turn people into jelly in a way that they weren't able to run away from? Like you just tipped it over.
Yeah. They must have been really stupid.
They must have been really stupid. Let's go down.
Okay.
Yeah, that seems reasonable.
Retreating and going down. So you go back up, and I'm presuming you're pressing 4.
Yep.
Okay. The elevator starts juddering and heading downwards. It goes down for a real long time this time. Maybe about like half a kilometer or so. Quite a way. The heat is increasing even more so. And it passes what looks like a platform that leads off to a long chamber. From it briefly going past, it looks like the long chamber is kind of maybe like a storage chamber of some kind. It's full of like large but very anonymous metal crates, kind of like shipping crates. And then it judders to a halt at what looks like a large kind of like control platform. It has a number of tunnels leading off the side of it. It has a number of consoles, none of which appear to be powered. It still has very heavy infrastructure vibes to it. But it's come to a halt here. It probably goes without saying that those places were labeled 7 and 8. Are we getting off and investigating further here, or are we going further down?
Let's have a look, I think.
Yeah, sure. Well, we can at least see if we can get any of these consoles powered up.
Sure. So the place you get, like, it's the pipe is basically like isn't that the pipe has widened out. It seems like the pipe kind of like is cut in half by this more wide open area with a number of like walkways and places to go, a number of tunnels off to the side. I'm just going to ask for a presence roll from everyone, I think, or presence or knowledge roll from everyone. Just standard.
No.
I failed that.
I meet that with a 10 because I reduced the difficulty by 2.
Sure. So this is by far the most kind of complex arrangement of rooms and shafts that you've encountered so far down whatever this is. It is unpowered apart from the lights. Nothing is like even rooted to power yet. It all looks very half built. You don't really know what the consoles do, Blink, but you're fairly sure they are infrastructure based, right? This is for controlling power or utilities or something like that. You manage to find your way up to the storage room through like a shaft and a ladder. They're big ass cargo crates full of infrastructure supplies. So pipes, welding equipment, like stuff. What I'm telling you is you go through a whole 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 rooms of various quite large sizes, a number of shafts and stairs and tunnels. There's nothing here. Nothing of interest. Nothing of value.
Okay. I mean, they were definitely building something big, but nothing of interest on this floor.
It's also worthwhile noting that there are a number of elevator platforms as you go up and down, up to number 10. So floors 7 through, like, 0.7 through 10 are all this shit. And you can go up and down quite a way, like, a good 200 meters or so. There's nothing up here. And it takes you, like, you're down here for a couple of hours going through this stuff. There's nothing here.
Okay. But that means that floors 11 and 12
Correct.
are accessible probably by the elevator. So
it would seem to be consistent, yeah.
Should we have an investigate?
Sure. I'm guessing that button 5 on the elevator relates to floor 10.
That would seem to track.
Yeah.
I mean, if you go up the elevator and press 5, yes, it stops at the bottommost platform of this sequence of rooms, yeah.
Then I guess we'll get into the elevator and press 6.
Press 6. The elevator judders downwards and continues for maybe about 150 meters or so. This pipe, now you're further down, shows less signs of maintenance. And the electric lights have like separated out to be maybe like a quarter as frequent as they were before. You glide past what looks like it's just basically like an empty, partly earthen, partly like concrete laced tunnel that goes off somewhere. The electric lights certainly route through it. And there's an odd sort of bluish purplish glow at some point, but it's hard to pinpoint because you're going past it, right? You then judder to a halt behind quite a similar tunnel on the opposite side of the pipe, marked 12. There's no glow in this one, though.
Okay. Info, do you know what Reeve was doing?
something mind palace.
That doesn't help. Let's have a look, I suppose.
Okay. You step off into like the rough earthen tunnel. It's like held up with what look like kind of mining brackets, you know, like it's been excavated at some point. And it seems fairly safe, but it's not. It's certainly not like the concrete and infrastructure tunnels from above. You take like maybe kind of 30 or 40 paces into it before you arrive at an area that's essentially, it kind of feels like a mine shaft in a way, in that there are a lot of like, there are 4 or 5 different branches at the end of this point, and a careful examination of each in each case leads you to a place where it just closes off, like it just closes into like earth and rock again. Like it's essentially like it's a dead end, but it's like one tunnel that then leads to like 5 dead ends of like maybe exploratory tunnels of some kind. You don't know, but it's all, there's nothing here.
They were searching for something then.
Back at the elevator, did there seem to be any way to get to this floor 11 from where we are?
It didn't seem to stop there.
And there are no stairs, sort of like we had elsewhere.
No. I will say, if you want to achieve getting there manually, as it were, it would not be excessively dangerous.
Okay.
The elevator is like most of the size of the pipe. So just leaping off, and it's fairly slow moving. Leaping off would be very achievable. But of course, then the elevator carries on without you.
Can I maybe at the entrance of this multi-tunnel dead end bit, just have a look through my vision visor on either the heat setting or the ultrasound setting?
Sorry, where was that? Where are you?
Where,
doing
like,
that? Sorry?
where the tunnel leads to the 5 dead ends.
Right. Yeah. There's nothing here. And it's not working as well down here because it's so warm. But like, it's, yeah, there's no heat signatures. I mean, there's other options for getting to that mysterious floor 11 as well. A number of you have items of equipment that could help.
Oh, yeah.
It is about 11, or it's not labeled 11, but what must be 11 is not too far above 12.
In that case, I will walk back to the maintenance platform, the elevator platform. I will pull out my crossbow grappling hook.
Mm-hmm.
How could you forget that? It's so cool.
It's very new, okay? I haven't had a chance to use it. This is the first time. I'm sure it will go fine.
Mm-hmm.
Have you got enough cable to reach up to the floor 11?
Yeah,
cool.
definitely. It's not far above. It's maybe 10 meters above.
I'm guessing grappling up with that is like an agility.
To fire it and to have it hold in place is an agility, yeah.
Right. Let's try that.
I'll call it agility 10. It's not a difficult shot.
$14.
Yeah, you shoot it up. It feels like it latches into something. And I guess what you want to do, if you want to be able to get specifically back down here, would be like to wrap the gun part of the grappling gun like around one of the metal pillars and like tie it and secure it, so you can like shimmy back down to this elevator. Yeah, is that what we're gonna do?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you can climb up it then. I'm not going to ask for rolls to climb.
Let's go.
Yeah. What do we see when we get up there?
You find yourself at the mouth of a tunnel. It's very similar to that floor 12 one, right? Earth, rock, but like around a further corner of the tunnel, there seems to be, like I say, a kind of like purplish, bluish glow.
I'm going to press forward unless anyone pipes up
Sure.
with anything.
So as you move forward over the uneven ground and around the corner, it starts to be covered with strange flora, twisting stems, iridescent flowers, and extremely large fields of neon-spotted fungi. There is sort of faint spores drifting in the air. There's still like electric lights pinned at various points. But basically, by the time you round the corner, if you're worried about them spores, it's already too late. Because you can see in the light from this bluish purplish glow that the fungi and flowers are giving off that there's already spores in the air. So if they're going to affect you, they're going to affect you. But you can see a further winding tunnel ahead of you.
Yeah, let's
Keep
going,
let's,
I guess.
let's keep going.
I mean, they wouldn't, there'd be a warning sign or something if this stuff was dangerous. So,
Sure. Yeah. Definitely.
Seems possible. You move forward through these fields of fungi. Can everyone give me a regular toughness test, please?
So
One off.
15. So yeah, I succeed.
I rolled 14. So yeah, success.
Okay, Empho, you feel pretty good. You feel like sort of, I don't know, a bit refreshed and sort of buoyed up.
A bit less itchy than usual.
Maybe a little bit. Yeah, I'll tell you if it has an actual mechanical effect. But I'm not sure it can on you. Yeah, I'm fairly sure it. Well, it depends what you're trying to do. There's certainly some roles that any person could make that it would apply to, but I just don't see you making them. And then there's some other roles that would be affected depending on things you can or can't do, and you can't do those things. So,
Okay.
but it feels quite nice.
Great.
After a few winds in the tunnel of all this fungi, you round a corner where the tunnel rather abruptly ends in a sealed metal door. The metal door has a hazard sign on the front of it that indicates cold storage, and there is a access pad next to the door, a number pad.
There we go.
Yeah, how's the flora looking around the door?
Oh, it's going right up to it.
Right. And there's no windows or anything to see through.
Nope, it's just tunnel door.
Yeah, tunnel door.
Mm-hmm.
Well, again, I'll glance at the others and then tap in the code from the address book.
Okay. You tap in the code and the door hisses open with like a little rush of cool air, quite refreshing cool air actually, out onto you. What you can see immediately is a very large, like it looks like a laboratory area, right? But one which hasn't been ransacked. It's very wide, really quite tall. It's quite impressive that this facility is this big, so deep underground, with like such a inobtrusive entrance area to it. There's no one that you can see around the place, but like I say, there's lots of like equipment. There's like technological equipment as well. There's like large silos of something, you don't know what. And there is near the back room you can see another like doorway leading on to somewhere. In fact, there's a couple of three in fact sorry, doorways leading on to somewhere else entirely. But that's it. It's very cool in here.
Okay. Blink's going to go and have a look at these silos and see if she can decipher what is in them.
Absolutely. Give me a knowledge roll. Just standard.
That's a 1.
Yeah, you've got no idea. You don't know what it possibly could be. It's probably worth investigation.
Okay.
Not by you can't see any way to open it or anything, but like maybe the others would be intrigued. This feels like, something weird and arcane and maybe special and valuable.
Okay. Enfo, do you want to like try and get this open for me?
Enfo, give me a knowledge roll, standard. If you all roll ones.
20. 21 technically, but 20.
It's nitrogen.
No.
The chemical symbol for nitrogen is on the side of it.
Info turns around and continues trying to pry
right?
mushrooms off the wall.
Yeah, and two nitrogen.
Yeah.
80%. Yeah. Is it 80 or is it 90? I can't remember.
It's 80. 80 sounds right.
80% of the atmosphere. I mean, it might not be the 80% of the atmosphere inside. Yeah, it's nitrogen. Exactly what you'd expect to find a huge supply of in a cold storage unit.
Okay, fine. I'll go look at something else then.
Sure. Yeah, the rest, like I say, the rest of this large area is it's lab equipment, complex, expensive-looking lab equipment that none of you know how. Even Wick, you wouldn't know what to do with any of it.
Any sign of the flora in here, or is it clean?
None.
Right.
No. And the door's like closed behind you, but you could. There's another number pad inside. You can get out.
Well, I guess we should start checking these other rooms then. I guess.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll go to the. I'll sort of pick one.
So you proceed into one of the doors. You very quickly realize that all the doors lead into the same space, which is a kind of long. It's still large, but it's much thinner. It's like a long chamber behind this one. It mostly seems to be like a kind of like access space. There is what looks like was at one point a kind of reception area, but everything in it has been cleaned away apart from kind of like this big circular reception desk and like ports for things to be plugged into, but those things aren't there anymore. It looks like a reception area that it was either decommissioned or just never used. And there is also two doors further onwards. One of them has like a kind of like, one of them doesn't have anything on the front of it and is just behind the reception area, and another one is more central and is very large and has a kind of like basically it says like visitors only allowed beyond this area with strict permission sign next to it. I'm willing to bet that inside there is literally a symbol that means that. Like, like a gun to a head or something. But it has that. So clearly there's something perhaps important behind there.
Let's check. I want to check the plain door first. Just,
Sure.
Have a quick look, see what it is.
It looks like it's a little storage room, and it mainly seems to be like cleaning supplies, some food, some stuff to drink, stuff like that.
Cool.
I will fill the empty pockets of my trench coat with the food because
It's
I don't know
actually good.
how much.
It's good stuff, and it's actually good premium like corp stuff, and by that I mean things like Nutribars.
I don't know how long chronologically this is after our last adventure, but in our last adventure there was a citywide famine going on due to the locust plague. So
it is, you think 3 months, although no one can really be sure.
Okay, yeah, I'm stocking up on food because I'm guessing food prices are still insane.
They're probably very high. I mean, they're always high, but they're probably even more high.
Yeah, Blink will grab a couple as well.
And there's a non-zero chance that at some point in the next few weeks, most of the food in the city is going to be irradiated. So,
yep.
No, that's true.
Yeah.
Hey, perhaps we could stay down here.
Maybe.
Yeah. So yeah, I'll grab a Nutribar, and these. I'll have a quick look at the ports around the reception desk, just see whether they're still live and whether there's anything I can plug into.
They all look dead.
Right.
Like they look like they've never been wired in.
Sure.
But the ports and the pathways are there, but nothing's ever been
Gotcha.
put together. You know, it's got to the schematic blueprint level of building, but not anything beyond that. Yeah.
Okay. Blink's going to go check out this more important door.
Okay. Well, you open that door. It's not sealed. It looks like it can be sealed, but it currently is not. And you enter what seems to be some kind of central chamber. It is again quite large, maybe a little bit smaller than the first chamber you went into, but it could not be more different. It is very cold in here. For a start, as soon as you step in, your breath starts to steam in the air, and like probably you've been in the warm so long, you are steaming in general. It's like stepping into. I would compare it to like. Has anyone ever like worked in a cold room in like a supermarket or anything like that? Like a walk-in freezer. So, like, if you were here for too long, you might die, but that would take, hours to do so. It's cold, is what I'm saying. It's also given over in its cold and quite dimness to a vast conflux of tubing and wiring. Some of it looks relatively normal, and other parts of it seem to be organic, like intestines and nerve bundles strewn across a floor dirty with debris and anonymous organic matter. These tubes work in and out of what seems to be a mix of high-tech servers with blinking lights and the cybernetically undead corpses of heavily technologically modified people fixed into frames scattered around the room. Their chests move in an emulation of life, but those who still have eyes show their sentience has long since dripped away. In the very center of the room is a pillar of flesh and metal with an old-fashioned monitor screen mounted in the chest of a particularly huge individual altered to be far more machine than human. A keyboard sits in their held-out arms.
Well, this is classic Corpo shit, really. That's
yeah.
Of course.
There's also a door off to your left and a couple of doors over at the far end of the room. But there seems to be, there's stuff of interest in here for sure.
Okay. I mean, does someone want to go and look at that weird terminal in the flesh mound?
It's not really my my bracket, but I could give it a go, I suppose.
Definitely more yours than Empo's.
Okay, well, I'll be sort of looking with some degree of nervousness at all of these sort of bodies and the cabling, both organic and otherwise. And yeah, I'll go up and examine this console, this figure, the keyboard.
Yeah. So as you approach the monitor, you can see that it's like the monitor is sort of spewing endless lines of ancient script, like a glimpse into a deeper part of the old internet that the new hasn't managed to swallow yet. It does have like an inquiry window on it, and you guess you could just start to type and standard inquiries and see where it gets you.
Sure, that's bound to be fine, and yeah, that's no problems there at all.
Yeah, nothing's going to happen if you type help. Nothing.
Well, I was going to start off with hello, actually. Just, I mean, actual me would start doing things like ls and sort of trying to check the directory structures and whatnot, but I'll start with a sort of natural language
with
interface.
more like assuming like it's like a natural language interface.
Yeah.
It does not seem to understand that.
Okay, phew. In some ways, that's good. I'll start going through, yes, sort of the basics of list directory structure, list capacity, or some diagnostic checks if I
Sure.
that sort of thing.
There is a colossally vast amount of both storage and free space on whatever this is. There are centuries worth of data on this system. As soon as you start like trying to list the directory space, and it just keeps scrolling and scrolling and scrolling and scrolling and scrolling and scrolling.
Is Info, is this it?
Does it seem like it could be, Matt?
I mean, when you say it, you might have to narrow that
being
down.
the mind. I keep forgetting what you.
If it is, your information was completely wrong because the Mind Palace has been stolen.
Sure. Yeah. Info. What was your? What were they working on again? Sorry,
Can you remind me what Kay actually said? Matt?
Sure. So, do we need a complete revision? It feels like we do.
It's probably helpful.
Okay.
Yes.
So, the Psi Institute was working with the cult gang, the heirs of Kyrgos. They were selling them data in return for the heirs carrying out wet work on competitors. The heirs then found out that the Psi Institute were working on some fairly virulently anti-nano technology and things. The heirs are notoriously nano-infested. They took umbrage at this. They broke off the deal, stole Reeves' Mind Palace, and then, like, there was warfare between the Psi Institute and the heirs. The latest thing the heirs did was attack the lab. They thought they'd kidnapped Reeve. You have, of course, found out they killed Reeve. And they seem to be searching the laboratory for something. You assumed that what you have found, this location, is what they were searching for.
Right.
But according to your info, maybe your info's wrong, the Mind Palace is in the possession of the heirs of Kyrgos. You're looking for whatever the heirs want in the hope that you could trade it for Reeve and the Mind Palace.
Right.
I mean, this looks worth trading in terms of the location and the access code.
I mean, maybe, but there must be more to this than. That thing you found previously. What was it, Blank?
This and pulls out the memstick. It just says machine influencer. Do you want to try plugging it in? I don't really want to mess with this.
No, I prefer to know.
I'm going to go look through that other door.
There are several of the doors. I assume at the moment we're basically gathered around this like interface to whatever this computer system is. Okay. So Info, are you just going to like check out the other doors?
Yeah.
Okay. It's worth noting, by the way, we haven't actually searched for any specific information on this yet. We've just looked through the directory folder, which is so vast. Like that. You're not going to find what you want by just manually looking.
Sure.
Info, you wander over to the doorway on the left and you see that it leads to what looks like a kind of observation room. And that the other two doors at the back, one of them leads to what looks like a corridor, and the other one is like maybe like a kind of wider room. Also, now that you're closer to the walls in here, because you kind of emerge into this area and your eye was drawn to that, and like basically no one went over near the walls until now. You can see that the walls are covered with a vertigo-inducing animated wallpaper, a startling kaleidoscope of images, the landscape of children's cartoons, strange creatures that may once have been living animals, provocative pornography, news footage of riots and atrocities. It is a barrage of sensory information, and it looks like everywhere else further back in these two doors, the one leading to the corridor and the one leading to the wider room, is also covered in this wallpaper, and it's going to be quite arresting to like be in those spaces if you want to be in them. It's better in here because it's super dim, and unless you go near the walls, you can't kind of like really see it cycling. But yeah.
Okay.
Blink, what are you up to?
I think I'm probably going to go check out one of the other doors as well. So not the one that Empho's looking at, but another one.
Empho looked at all three of them there, sorry. One went to an observation chamber that seemed fairly empty, and the other two seem to lead on to this like wallpaper coated further complex.
Yeah, okay, cool. In that case, she's gonna hand off the mem stick to Wick and just ask if he can do anything with it. Like it says machine influencer. Maybe this is the machine.
Mm-hmm.
Don't know. And then she'll follow Empho.
Okay. Wick, what are you doing back at this computer interface?
I think I will try searching for info on Reeve, first of all.
Yeah, sure. Again, there's far too much information for you to immediately pass. A huge amount of the data here seems to be tagged to him, presumably working through it. And like, if this is accurate, this guy's been around at least a couple of centuries. Is linked to a great many projects listed here. One of them seems to be presumably related to the thing you're looking at and working on, because it seems to be kind of self-referential stuff. There's a number of other things. You can sort it by like size to see whatever were the most like important, maybe, or the most worked on things. The top one is this. The second one is labeled Mind Palace.
Okay. I'll look up info on the Mind Palace then.
Okay. It's going to take a while for you to do that, for you to kind of like really get to grips with this. So in the meantime, why don't we jump in with Empho and Blink, especially since Empho seemed to be inclined to investigate further into this complex.
Yes.
Okay. So you step into. Are you going into the corridor or what seemed to be like a room?
I think the room's more likely to have a dead end, so I'll go for the room.
Okay. You head into the room. There's nothing really in here apart from maybe some backup supplies for the laboratory. But again, like the wall is covered with this flickering imagery. And it's quite difficult to concentrate. But there seems to be a low set of steps down on the far side of the room.
Darn. All right.
We're just kind of proceeding onwards and searching broadly.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. I'll just tell you what is in the rest of this complex.
Mm-hmm.
This room kind of leads around to the corridor, so it's all kind of like a slightly circular thing. There's a number of rooms off to either side. Most of them seem to be uninteresting. Although again, investigating them makes you having to occasionally blink and like press your eyes as these images kind of like repeat on the inside of your skull, basically. But you do find some things of interest. Specifically, you find a short corridor near the very back of the room of the kind of complex. One of them, there's two rooms off this corridor. One of the doors is kind of like ajar, and there's a kind of blue glow coming from inside that room. The other room looks to be welded shut, has an elevator sign on the front of it, and also in front of the elevator, again, looking very much like it's welded into place with a considerable lack of finesse. It seems completely out of keeping with the design and tech of the storage unit, is a laser turret. And as soon as you like rounded it, you couldn't get into here apart from like rounding the corner, and it kind of tracked onto you and didn't fire. But it's right in front of that door, that welded door shut with like, it's shitty welding. You could break it open with your steel cutter easily, with an elevator symbol on it. And next to that is an ajar door with a blue glow behind it. But the laser turret is not firing at you for being in its line of sight.
Hmm.
And Blink, I assume you're there with Info as well.
So either it's out of ammo, or I'm not triggering its attack routine yet.
Yeah.
I get behind the corner and I train my assault rifle on it.
You it doesn't start firing, but you can hear a low hum start inside it, as if it's like charging something up. Or like not like it's about to fire and is charging a super weapon at you, like it's activating something, like, you know, it's preparing for something.
I think killing droids is less fun than killing people, and I know someone who might actually have a salvage interest in this. So I will, instead of opening fire, go back up to Wick.
Okay. The turret is not in the way of the other door, by the way.
Oh, in that case, before then, I will go through the other door.
You have to go past it, but it's not like...
Oh.
Yeah, Blink is gonna like see that the turret is not like necessarily in front of this other door, and is gonna like try and tentatively go down the corridor towards this open door.
As you kind of go past the turret, it kind of like, because it's trying to track both of you, it like kind of just moves in an equidistant way between the two of you. But as you kind of like move past it and towards this other door, it starts to track further onto Enfo. Enfo is closer to the welded door.
Right, okay, it's definitely protecting that door. Blink's going to point at the one that's welded shut. I'll go check this one.
Okay. You step into the room. It's not very large. This room with the blue glow. There is a kind of several tables or almost like beds, but they're kind of very cold and clinical and metal, like jutting out from the wall of the room. They each have a kind of like some kind of technological equipment above them, but only one of them is activated and is giving off a kind of blue tinted suspension field, under which is someone in a lab coat. They look to be asleep or comatose or in some kind of suspension, and they are not kind of responding. Like they're just lying there.
Okay. I mean, while they're under, Blink's gonna just like go up to them, just like double check that they're not going to wake up, and then she's going to ransack the entire room. Before
nothing else
investigating the suspension.
There's nothing else in the room to ransack.
Okay, cool.
That's all that's in the room.
In which case, she's going to look at the like suspension field generator thing and see if she can shut it off.
Shut it off and wake them up.
Well, she's going to get out the 9mm pistol first and have it trained on the head before she turns it off.
Give me a knowledge roll, difficulty 14.
That's a nat 20.
You're actually quite familiar with these suspension fields. Maybe like an older brother, like worked on them occasionally, like as a maintenance like person.
Mhm.
Basically, anything under them is held in like stasis. But unless your brain is under it, like if you put your hand under it, your hand will be fine. Your hand won't age. But the point is, you will be compos mentis, right? The person in here is basically out and will be out unless you switch off the suspension field. You can fuck around in there as much as you want.
Amazing, cool, right? Yeah, check the pockets. Yeah, looking for anything they've got.
Absolutely. Let's start with a pocket lint roll. And you are the only one in there. I'm not saying you've mapped a behavior pattern, but
I mean, 35 on that one.
35. You find
I hope that's a good chuckle.
This is interesting. Okay. You find, first of all, a signed and paid for contract to kill someone from your old gang.
Okay.
Quite a close friend of yours, actually. Currently, you don't know where they are. Like, you suspect they're either dead or in the... your keyboard's quite loud, by the way.
Oh,
You suspect
sorry.
they're either dead or in some kind of nightmare corporate prison when your gang was attacked by SecOps. But either way, that's what you find. You also find something in their like top pocket, what appeared to be a pair of small wasp-sized drones in some kind of like charging case. And that's it.
Nice.
Okay. Okay. You said that if your head is under the suspension field, then that's what immobilizes you.
Correct.
Okay. All right. She's going to leave this for now,
Sure.
and go back. Yeah.
Okay. Sure. Wick, let's catch up with you. Oh God, I should have given you a should I give? No, it's just presence tests that have the malice for the wallpaper. It's fine. Also, it's kind of dim in there, so it probably wasn't as viable. Okay. Here's what you have picked up about a design spec Wick called the Reeve Mind Palace. It is tech of both elegant simplicity and exquisite complexity, and seems to have been something Reeve has worked on for a great many years, far more years than you suspect he should have been alive. The design documents make mention of sponsorship from corporations dead for centuries, now spoken of only in unlikely fables around street corners and conference desks. It replicates in its entirety a labyrinth of knowledge absorbed by a human brain, both registered and unnoticed, and creates a virtual intelligence to parse and categorize this information for easy use. It seems to be perhaps extremely useful to a very limited number of people, but perhaps that limited market is enough to propel the creator into astonishing wealth. It uses somewhat obsolete tech, pure electronics, but has a comprehensive array of modules, including defensive ice banks, an adaptive user interface, a complex and scan-resistant camouflage projection system, and powerful sensor suites. In short, it is a generational design. Someone with these schematics and a vast array of resources and like wealth could replicate it. But it also suggests there is one physical prototype. And you know who's got that.
Oh. Okay, we need to get that back. Nobody's with me. That's fine. I'm talking to the drone.
It's fine. Yeah, I mean, you would imagine, based on what you've seen so far, maybe there's something else here, but the fucking schematics for this thing, if the heirs stole it and want it, then maybe what you've got here is what they were after here. Whether to protect it or make more or what, you don't know.
Yeah.
You can put part of this information, the more valuable part of this information, on your deck, but there's no room for the whole lot.
Sure. Okay. I'll download some sort of some key highlights, I guess, some interesting stuff. Part of me doesn't. I mean, do I care? Do I care that? Trading. We need something to trade with these people. The gang, the cult. But part of me feels uncomfortable about giving away information that belongs to Amphos. They're a research group, aren't they?
The Sci Institute.
Yes.
They're a research startup, yeah. Who were selling data to a violent death cult.
They were selling data to it, right? Okay.
In return for wet work. It was probably personal data. It was probably personal data that they gather via anything. So,
and they're a corp.
And they're a corp. I was wondering how much Rule 0 applied here. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, yeah. I'll download some stuff. I do want to see whether there's anything on the anti-nano tech.
A lot of the other research projects are virulently anti-nano. The fact that the Mind Palace has been designed with no nanotech whatsoever is incredibly unusual. Reeve seemed to have a real bugbear about nano use, which is partly justified, but also it's like there are so many people who are nano infected or infested or augmented in the city, and like it's kind of a thing that like the parts of the city that aren't have a real problem with the parts of the city who aren't, and maybe there's a lot of people who are afflicted with it who just end up being victims in that. It's a complex issue.
Okay.
Hell, Blink is nano infected.
Did Wick know that?
Maybe not. Maybe not actually. In case to the viewers, Blink is nano infected.
Yeah, great. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, I'd be wanting to, if there was anything there that we could use against the cult in a sort of a localized format.
No, I mean, again, you'd have to search through the entire thing, but like, yeah, this is all research project stuff. It's not like.
I'll download key elements of the schematics and see how much I can get on the datapad.
Yep, sure. Blink, back with Blink and Info, you kind of emerge. Are we bothering with the turret, or are we going back to Wick? What are we doing?
Is my retcom working down here?
Yeah.
I will send a message to Wick saying, "Laser turret, do you want?" ? I
mean, do you have to mention that it's currently active and armed? Like, rather than, I just found a laser turret. Do you want it? You know, I don't know.
Well, once, yes, ? What's its status? Thinking face.
Active, non-hostile, down the stairs.
Okay. If me Cyberdeck's taking a while to download stuff, I will happily go and have a look at this join the others and
Okay.
have a look at this.
Sure,
turret.
yeah. I mean, you could, with your axe, it's clearly protecting the door.
As
Probably itself.
As Rick gets to the bottom of the stairs, Blink's going to like poke her head out of the door and just say, "Do we want a hostage for trade?"
Who are they? Any idea?
Some scientists. They're under a suspension field.
We could ask them what's going on, I guess, at least.
Yeah, I'm not sure the heirs would. Well, maybe I don't know. I don't know what a death cult wants.
Well, death usually.
Usually,
I mean, I don't mind this guy dying. So, like,
They think they've got Reeve, but they don't. Reeve's dead.
yeah, Reeve's dead. So, do they need another scientist if they killed all of them?
maybe we get a bonus from the court if we save an employee.
Very true. Very true.
I mean, presumably saving them wouldn't be. Might be leaving them here, or just telling them where they are, or something. I don't know.
Should we ask them what's going on?
Yeah.
Brilliant. Okay. So Blink's going to go back through and have a look at the suspension field and just see how to like disable it.
Yeah, it seems fairly. I mean, you turn it off.
Yeah, exactly.
Fire
Cool.
a panel on the side of it.
In which case, she's going to call for info and just say, if he moves, just like chop him up, into pieces.
Cool.
Okay. You start to go through the motions of like turning the suspension field off, and it brings up an alarm that says, "Are you certain? Yes, no, smiley face, life signs terminal."
Oh, he's dying anyway. Okay. I mean,
sorry. The gender of the person under the suspension field is unclear.
Okay, cool. I mean, yeah, they're dying anyway. Like, do you want to get some information out of them? Rick, was there anything you were struggling to get hold of?
I think if let's leave them for now. If that'll be why they're under the suspension field, I presume.
That'll be why, yeah. Sure. Okay, yeah, let's leave them then. Blink's going to wait for Wick and Info to leave the room.
Well, Wick would be going to carefully look at this drone then. Try to gauge, basically trying to get near it without it shooting at him, seeing if there's a deactivation switch or a...
I mean, a turret wouldn't be much use if it just had a switch on the side that turns it off. As you get closer to it, the humming increases in, and you actually know from working on turrets, often the hum doesn't actually do anything. It's just a back the fuck up noise. It's definitely engaging its weapon systems more the closer you approach it.
Okay, I'll back off again. They are quite deadly.
Blink, I'm just going to go ahead and assume in that room you're turning the suspension field off. You said you were waiting until the others left.
Yeah, pretty much. Although she's probably not even going to go that far, because then they become conscious again and probably be able to turn the suspension field back on again.
Mm-hmm.
So she's just going to grab a pillow and use it as a silencer for the pistol and shoot him in the head.
There are no pillows around. I would say that.
You said there were beds, though, right?
I said they were cold, hostile metal slabs.
Oh, okay.
Also, a pillow as a silencer would do.
Yeah, I know.
Stop it being a colossally loud gunshot. It would.
That's what I mean. But She's gonna sigh deeply and then just leave it, I guess.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Fair enough. What are we doing with this turret? Are we bothering, or are we like ultimately the question is, what are we doing? Are we fucking around with the turret in any way, or are we leaving? Because there's nothing else here.
It's really whether we want to get through that welded door. And you only usually weld something shut if there's something
Sure.
really interesting behind
If
it.
you had to guess, Wick, you would say that you've seen what Reeve makes. This is not like someone else has done this. Like
Yeah.
it's a real functional bodge job. Like it someone else has literally just come in and welded a laser turret to the floor and then welded the door shut. So like
This feels like a corpo, like they've fucked up and they're trying to block off whatever they've fucked up.
on the contrary, this couldn't feel less corpo. Like corpos don't randomly do a shitty weld job.
Okay,
with a laser
so
turret on the floor.
someone else has just been down here welding. I mean,
it does have that vibe to it.
trying to crack it open then? She says, backing away.
Sure.
I'll regret this, but yeah, okay. I guess we take the droid out first, and just sort of synchronize attacks on it.
If two of you want to attack from cover, you can do that from the corner of the corridor and the like room with the scientist in, right? But only two of you can do that.
And that requires ranged.
Yeah.
I mean, it seems to only be able to target one person at once.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it'll only get one shot a turn.
Yeah. So
do we all have ranged weapons, or?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
You all shot at stuff earlier, so
yeah.
In which case, I'm pretty nimble, so I have a chance of at least diving out of the way of any fire.
Okay.
So you two take the cover. I'll.
So maybe Enfo is like firing from behind the corridor. Blink is firing from the room with the scientist in, which might give him Blink a chance to do other things. And Wick is just going to be in the corridor with the drone, just super vulnerable. Love it. I'm not going to be mean and ask you to roll initiative. I think by opening fire is only when the turret will open fire back. So I'm going to let you get off a round of firing at the turret before the turret can return fire. With that in mind, can everyone roll their initiative? Agility plus a d6.
So 3.
Also 3.
8.
Okay. Well, Wick, you're going first. Are you piloting the drone, or are you engaging the drone and then like starting to fire yourself?
I'll engage the. I'll give an attack order, but I want to be able to, make a roll myself. So that will take precedence.
Yeah, make the roll yourself first. Are you firing auto?
I'm firing auto, yeah.
Okay. Then that attack is just going to be a regular old agility attack, right?
It is, yep. And I rolled 11 plus 3, so 14.
Okay, so that is a hit. Can you roll for damage, please?
Damage is D10. Oh, good God. 1 point of damage, but...
Okay, well, I don't need to roll the armor to tell that does nothing in that case. Although, actually, I guess we didn't resolve whether we wanted to do the stuff or which... You know what? We weren't doing it earlier, so we won't do it now. Never mind. What are you firing with? Your pulse rifle?
Yeah. So that's
okay.
Again,
the rounds ricochet off the metal armor of the turret.
Okay.
But that's a hit, right? So you
it's
still
a hit. Yep.
Roll again.
19 plus 3, so that's a hit.
Okay. Give me a damage roll.
8 this time.
Okay. This time, a couple of your rounds impact through the metal shielding around the turret. You can see like some sparking and fizzing on the side of it. It's definitely done some damage to it, but it's like turning.
Sure.
like just fine. So you damaged it, but you don't think you damaged it too much.
Sure. Okay. Well, third
Mhm.
attack. 19 in total, so that's a third
Okay.
hit.
And the damage?
5 this time.
Oh shit! I shouldn't have. Sorry, I was an idiot. I didn't roll for. Oh, that was actually convenient. Anyway, okay. Sorry, you did 5 damage. Did you say?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. The external casing stops those rounds.
Shit. Okay.
Drone time.
Oh, my drone. Yes. Okay,
Yeah. Is it
cool.
also firing auto?
Yes. Why the hell not? It rolls 14.
Okay, so that's a hit. And the damage?
Is D12. 12.
Okay. The rapid fire lasers of your drone first turn the targeting system to sludge, and then the barrel of the laser turret, and then they hit something vital, and with a cracking noise, the casing comes apart, and the turret mostly falls apart, and is just like, it's basically a bunch of wiring and components on a stand going and attempting to fire at you all, but there is no laser gun left.
Well, I will let out a sigh of relief and go over to reboot my drone, which probably slumped as it did maximum damage. And
yeah. I also need you both to roll ammo.
Of course, yes.
Blink. And I can imagine Blink and Enfo opening fire more or less at the same time. Blink, was your first shot at the turret?
Oh God, no.
All right. There's a dead headshot scientist lying in that suspension field.
Yeah.
Okay.
What the hell?
I didn't say you knew that.
Well, that's true. I
Yep,
guess
she's in the room.
Yeah,
I'll give you a chance. Roll. Well, first, let's have give me a sneaky roll, Blink. So presence against standard for
presence. Okay, cool.
Yeah. With your bonuses, your typical bonuses.
So 17, but I reduced the difficulty by 2 as well. So.
All right, Wick and Enfo, I'll give you a chance. Give me a presence roll at difficulty 18.
No.
19.
Yeah, you didn't notice. You were very focused on the laser turret. So.
But John got a 19. Yeah, John.
Yeah.
Oh, you got a 19. Yeah. Okay. You saw Blink duck away, and you heard a gunshot, and it wasn't at the laser turret. It's up to you what you do with that information.
Enfo goes, "That's interesting," and then never thinks about it again.
Yeah, information's power. Oh well, it is for most people. For Enfo, it's a brief distraction between the next bloodshed. So there we go. Yeah, the laser turret is down. It's not really salvageable after everything that your drone did to it, Steve. But there is now a welded metal door, which is very easily cuttable open for the likes of Enfo and his steel cutter. I assume we're going to do that.
Yes.
Does it have a mechanic that talks about that, or is it just you can do it at your leisure, right? I'm not even really thinking about making you roll for it.
The only mechanic is full combat, so I assume otherwise it's just...
No, it's absolutely fine. With a shriek and a tearing noise, your steel cutter carves through this metal door, and as it's kind of like winding down and kind of like hanging on by a limb, you hear a voice inside the further chamber going, "Okay, I've got the message. Look, I'm not armed. I am armed, but I put it down. Whatever you want, we can talk about it."
Great. Yeah. I'm coming in.
Okay, I'm not firing.
Is there an honesty check here?
No.
Yeah, I will sort of stick my head round in a guarded fashion.
Sure.
Check out the Lithuanian.
what's inside is a fairly modest-sized room, at the far end of which is what looks like an elevator. The room has been converted into what looks to be a covert Reaper Doc clinic. The Reaper Doc in question, she's kind of like dressed in the typical things like an engineer, like a mechanic's outfit, but also splattered with more than a little bit of blood. And she has her hands up. There is like a modest-sized pistol on the ground. There is a number of Reaper Doc supplies on either side of the room, and an operating table / autopsy table in the middle of the room that has definitely been carried down and placed here, presumably in that elevator. You got my turret. I don't want any trouble. This is my clinic. I don't really have much for you, but she holds up an unsanitary-looking bag still smeared with gore. There's some cyber tech in here. Look, that's all I got. Take it and go. Right? You can take it.
I'll
Okay.
take the.
Okay, make a roll on the cyber tech table. I mean, you just roll a dice, and I'll tell you what it is if you want. D10, I want to say, but it could be a D12.
By the way, Matt, I rolled for ammo left in that pistol, and it's empty, so I've chucked it away.
Okay, so you're out of ammo now.
I've still got my SMG. Yeah, I used the pistol.
Cool.
Yeah.
Sorry, it's a D20, Steve.
19.
It is a collection of piled and bloody skeleplating. Essentially, like, you know, it's a Wolverine situation. What you have is a load of thin metal layering that can be placed over bones. Obviously, you would need to have it implanted, but it's there. And she's just kind of holding out, going, "Look, I'll stand back. You take the elevator, or you go back the other way. I don't care. I don't care what else is down here. That's it. That's all I've got."
Thanks. We weren't coming for you. Just.
I mean, I figured that. I'm still alive. Please. This is my place of work. Just, make your way through and we're done, right? Right?
Sure. Yeah, we've got no quarrels with you. No, it's all fine.
Cool. Nice chainsaw. Hate it, but cool.
Thanks.
Are you proceeding onto the elevator? Or are you going back the other way? I mean, you would leave your grapple. You'd have to go retrieve your grapple gun, I guess.
I think it's like 35 credits. I can get another one.
Wow. Disposable culture.
That info attitude.
But I hope we don't get in the last section. I guess so. We've got schematics to trade.
Do you need to retrieve your cyber deck? Is it?
Oh
still
yeah,
plugged in?
actually, yeah. I'll go back and grab that, and then I kind of want to see where this elevator goes. This other one could be handy to know about.
Okay, you grab your cyber deck, replete with the information. You head back to the Reaper Doc's elevator. The elevator seems to have always been here. The room has always been here. It's just the Reaper Doc has found their way down here and set up some kind of informal clinic. The elevator goes back up to the surface. It's much smoother. It's like a proper elevator, like in an enclosed shaft. It goes back up to the surface and opens and lets you out onto a street, recognizably nearby. Your car is actually parked nearby. It's just an anonymous, unmarked elevator on the side of a building.
Yeah, memorize the position of this for, could be handy to know about.
Sure. It does have like a keypad on the side of it. So you'd have to, but maybe it's the same code as you had for the other door. You don't know. But either way, you head out. We're probably going to take a break there. But before we do, is it safe to say your next destination is the address on the leaflet you found on the Nanogoon? Because that's the only place you know to go to for the airs.
When was that event supposed to be?
Tonight.
Okay, right. Yeah, sure. We'll go there.
Yeah. Okay. Great stuff. We will take a 10-minute break. It has a lovely little animation on it, even better than the last break animation. So enjoy that, and we'll be back in 10 minutes to finish off this one shot. See you soon, everyone. Hello, we return, and it looks like everyone is back. There we go. Lovely. People will be delighted to know that I absolutely mainlined 2 packs of quavers during that, because I realized I haven't eaten anything since breakfast. So there we go. So clearly quavers were the way to go. Holly, don't look at me like that. I had 10 minutes. That's absolutely the reason why. Normally, I'd never think of eating 2 packets of quavers.
When you've got 10 minutes and 2 packets of quavers, yeah, there's only really one choice.
I mean,
3 packets of quavers.
Well, nowadays 2 packets of quavers is about 8 crisps, isn't it? So
there's certainly a lot of, and there's a lot of air in quavers anyway.
Yeah,
so,
they're hardly. Yeah, it's fine.
International viewers going, what the fuck are quavers? Probably. I don't know what their market penetration is outside of the UK, but yeah, there we go. So here we are. Some quick. I did some quick looking on like equipment tables as we head our way to the heirs of Khergos for whatever is about to happen there. Various people have no ammunition for various things, and I looked up some of it. Steve, I'm not looking at the screen, but Steve is probably looking fairly mournful right now. Steve, so the laser turret on your drone is out of ammo, right? From your little ammo roll there. Yeah. So restocking ammo for a laser turret costs 1,000 creds, which is brutal, but kind of understandable given how much fucking damage it does.
The laser turret is a work of art when it kicks off.
I'm assuming you don't have 1,000 creds to restock on your way.
I don't have 1,000 creds at the moment. Soon though, I'm sure it will.
Yeah. On the other hand, Holly, to restock your dual SMGs will cost you 30 creds.
Yeah. Can I get some extra as well, please?
Yeah. How many do you want?
I mean, one of mine's empty, so if I get like 3.
Oh yeah, just one. Right. Yeah. So you get 3, so that'll give you a restock for both. You can instantly reload one of them, and then
it's because it's 3. Hang on, it's 300 for a pair of small SMGs. So I don't know whether
I think I made a rod for my own back by starting to divide between them. And you know what? We're going to ignore that from now on.
Right. Okay. Cool. I'll spend 60 to get my fully restocked for the 2 that I've already got, and a load for the second.
Another reload. Yeah. We won't divide, but we'll just say if they're done. We'll treat them as one weapon, which I think is what was intended by the game. So yeah. So you're reloaded and you have a spare, basically. Great. Does anyone else need anything on our way to where we're going?
Pulse rifle ammo is rather more costly, isn't it?
Yeah, but did you need that anyway? Didn't you roll a 4?
I have. Yeah, so I've pulse rifle is fine, and I've got 1 mag, so I'm probably fine. It's probably fine. Probably not going to need loads of ammo for a climactic shootout.
If you did need it, it would be. Oh, that's interesting. It doesn't have a price listed.
So
varies between 60 and 120. It says for stuff without a price listed. So yeah. But still better than the laser turret. Okay. I assume we're driving to the slums known as Barnyard Fields, which is where the meeting of the heirs of Khergos was listed in the leaflet you found in the pocket. As we do so, I feel like the last random roller was Steve, so let's go with John for this one. John, do you want to give me a D12 roll, please?
That is an 8.
Okay. Okay. So the result on this weather is go dust winds. Go is like the blasted apocalyptic wasteland in the middle of the city. I feel like with events, I will actually reinterpret that slightly to basically a like billowing wind is now blowing across you from the southwest of the city, carrying lots of dusty material, some of which goes through the filtration system on your car and leaves you with an odd metallic taste on the tongue. Seems fine. Holly, do you want to give us what is the events thing? Is it D? I think it's D100. Give me a D100 roll as well, please.
So 27.
27. Let's take a look at what that has in store for us. Oh my god, that's literally the same one.
I thought it sounded familiar.
Yeah, as the last one. That's crazy. It was either 27 or 28 was the
Do you
last
want me
one.
to roll again?
Yeah, re-roll, please.
40.
40. You, as you enter Barnyard Fields, you drive past Secops, laying siege to a Liquid Dreams store. Passers-by are being told to stay away or get shot. You move past quickly and find yourself in the heart of Barnyard Fields, a economically disadvantaged community is how the corpse would put it, but it is a slum. It is full of wrecked buildings, wrecked people, fire, riots, violence, and squalor, all of which are on display as you move through the area. It doesn't take long for you to reach where you're going to, maybe in only an hour or so of driving from the ports, maybe an hour or two. It's always fairly dark inside, but the billowing clouds moving out from South Central have made it even darker tonight. And ahead of you, you slightly struggle to perceive a sprawling network of low buildings with sheet metal and broken glass signs piled and welded together to form a spider web of tunnels between them. There are more than a few individuals visible wandering the outskirts of this network, a mix of nano-goons and the nano-afflicted. Many of the latter stagger around at random, moaning or shrieking, or in the very worst cases, in complete silence. From somewhere deep inside the complex comes the sound of obscene chanting, mixed in with deep pulses of white noise. Hovering in the air above is flickering red lettering that says, "Salvation for the Blessed."
Okay.
So, how are we doing this then?
Well, I mean, I can get myself in for sure.
Given like I said, there's quite a few people wandering around, but it's quite big as well. It's very dark, partially because of the after effects of the mushroom cloud. I'm gonna say that if you make a decent enough roll, Blink, I'm happy for you to navigate the others through to being near where the buildings are without stumbling across one of these patrol like nano-goon patrols or the stumbling like nano-infected. Like there's quite a few of them, but it's also a very big area. So like I'm happy if you make a good roll for you to bring everyone through with you.
Okay, cool. Yeah, let's do that then. Yeah, what are you after me rolling?
I am going to ratchet the difficulty up by one step, so it's going to be a natural 14, but obviously apply your whatever your because I know you've got your sneak modifier, so it's like it's like
12,
a 12, yeah, and then apply whatever your actual agility presence, sorry, is to
presence. That. Okay, cool.
Do you what? This seems an important role. You still haven't spent your glitch. I feel like I should flag it up. Do you want to save your glitch? Because you could obviously it could give you a reroll, but it can also reduce your difficulty by 4 before.
Ooh.
Maybe you think the reroll is better. I don't know the mathematics on that. John will probably know better than me. But I suspect reducing it by 4 is probably.
I think a reroll is technically better because that gives you a +5 in terms of probability.
I said John. I should have said Holly, evidently.
Was that a reroll versus
you
lowering
nerds.
the difficulty?
It really depends on whether the dice hate you. You know, that's the
exactly. Like that's the thing. I'm just I'll reroll if I don't meet it. So yeah.
Sure.
Okay, so you said that the difficulty was 14.
The base is 14. Obviously, that
Yeah, so I
reduces to
reduced
12,
that by
and then-
2.
Yep.
Yeah, but I only rolled an 11, so I'm going to re-roll.
But what's your presence?
0. So
Oh, okay.
I
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, 12 exactly.
Okay, and you've used your glitch. Basically,
Yeah.
you kind of wander through this area with Wick and Empho kind of hunched over behind you. You can hear nanogoons wandering around. You can hear like a kind of like pained wailing of a nano afflicted nearby. You like one of the patrols like turns and moves in your general direction, and you're starting to kind of panic. And even like Empho is sort of like sort of gripping his what is it, an assault rifle you have, Empho? He's like gripping his assault rifle in kind of an anticipatory way with a broad grin on his face. And then for no reason at all, seemingly, like a couple of the nanogoons kind of shake their heads as if like, I don't know, receiving other orders, or like something has told them to move away in some way, although they don't seem to be wearing communicators, and they just randomly start walking in a different direction. And you reach a hunched over, very ramshackle looking building made of sheet metal, which has a door in the side of it that can lead you into the complex.
Yeah, I mean, do we want to go in?
I mean, that's why we're here.
Cool. Yeah, let's go. Probably stick behind me. I'm assuming neither of you have neither of you are infested.
No.
Okay, cool. Yeah, stay behind me.
Okay. You open the door and slip into the building. It's quite dark inside there, and as your eyes adjust, you quickly realize you are in a large. It's like a little, like a circular bunker with a number of tunnels leading off to other buildings. And you very quickly realize after you step through that you are not, in fact, alone. There is a clicking noise and a light comes on in the room, and in front of you are stood several nanogoons and a member of the heirs of Cairgos themselves, known in this specific case as a nanomancer. The nanogoons kind of hold still for a second and sort of all look over in unison towards the cultist. The cultist reaches their hand up and shrieks. We're in combat.
Okay. Okay.
You can try and shout something if you want.
Yeah. So, well, do you want to do initiative first, or?
Yeah. That makes sense.
Okay.
That makes sense. Okay. Steve, let's roll our initiative for us, please. D6.
Well, that dice went under the table and will never be seen again. So 4.
Okay, so you guys go first. So agility plus D6, please.
3.
5.
7.
Okay, Wick first.
I'm just gonna shout sort of wait, and yes, just try to. I don't want to immediately leap into combat, so.
Okay, that will use your turn.
Yes,
if you don't go, you know that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, then Blink next.
Okay, Blink's going to hold up the pamphlet for the event and just like say we're prospective members. Yeah, we were told to come to this address at this time. Don't shoot.
Sure. Okay. So that's going to be a presence roll. I feel that your sneaky thing applies here. Like, you're deceiving people and kind of sneaking into a place, right? So let's go with that. However, I also feel that, like, just wandering into a random room of this death cults thing and saying, no, we're meant to be here, honest, is, like, not easy, right? So I'm going to apply... I will give you the... I wouldn't say it's that. I'm going to make this difficulty 14 for you, okay? And that's applying your thing already. So it was going to be difficulty 16 to just stop this fanatical death cult attacking you because you have a pamphlet. But with your thing, that turns it into 14, right? So
yeah,
now,
sure. Okay, I'll give it a go. That's a 9.
okay. There is the briefest pause, and the cultist raises a device which you haven't seen before, but you're fairly sure is known as a psychic scalpel. They're definitely not falling for it, and I'm happy that you still have a combat action left, Link, if you want, like an attack. You know?
Oh, okay, right, yeah. If they're not falling for it, like, then I drop to my knees and get out both SMGs and just start firing.
Sure. Are you firing at the cultist or at one of the nanogoons?
Cultist. Cultist looks more dangerous, I think. So yeah, firing at the cultist.
That seems fair enough. You are at close range, so we didn't use this last time, but we'll use it this. So auto fire deals +2 damage at close range.
Yeah, it does.
Oh, hang on. Is arm's length or less? Oh, at close range. Oh, never mind. Sorry, you're not at close range. You're at mid range. It's confusing me because it has close range and long range, and then it doesn't name the thing between.
Yeah, exactly. Well,
they're not. They're not at arm's length. They are, but they're not at long range. They're mid range or whatever. So
okay,
there's no difference to the thing. So it's
going to be. Could she slide forward on her knees then?
No,
because I was kind of imagining being close range. But,
partly because you've already taken your like movement action in talking. But also,
yeah, sure, okay, right.
Also,
no worries.
because they're not like
they're
not. I guess you could do it. It's also more difficult to hit them at close range. It's worth.
Yes, yeah.
It just does more damage. But no, the bunk thing is it's not small. It's like, you know.
Okay, cool. Yeah,
like,
I mean, I'm fine to just
30 feet across. So yeah. Okay, so it's the cultist. It's just going to be a standard agility. If you're auto firing, it's going to be a standard agility roll.
Yeah, I'm auto firing, obviously. But that's a 17. No, 18
okay.
total. 18 total.
18. Okay. Can you give me the damage roll, please?
So that's a 5 damage on that first attack.
Okay, so that's that amount. And then you've got a second attack, right?
Yeah, because I hit.
Okay.
No, that's a 6. So okay. I'm assuming that doesn't hit.
Yeah. So your rounds definitely like plug into the robed nanomancer, and their screeching turns to a higher pitch. You almost feel like you didn't see the rounds come out the other side, and you don't know if the nanobots that must be swarming under their robes have like consumed your ammunition in some way, but you feel like you hurt them at the very least. So there we go. Empho, the person who was guaranteed here to not go wait. But it's already kicked off, so off you go. There is probably wounded cultist and 3 nanogoons.
I am worried / incredibly jealous of this psychic scalpel thing that the cultist is holding, so I'm going to shoot him.
Okay, go for it then. That is going to be a normal. Are you auto firing?
Yes.
Okay. Is there any penalty to auto firing at mid range? I don't think there is there? Oh, that you use agility rather than presence, I get. But if you've got higher agility, that's better anyway, right?
Yeah, that's why I tend towards.
Oh, also it soaks up your ammo.
Anti-burn, yes, yeah.
Faster, yeah. Theoretically,
I do actually have better presence, but I want to do a lot of shooting. So
yeah, that's in character for Empho, certainly. So go ahead.
Cool. That's a 10.
So that's a bad miss. Yeah.
Ooh. I haven't used my glitches yet.
Nope.
Can't lower the difficulty rating because I should have
Not
done
now.
that before.
Yeah.
I'm going to re-roll.
Reroll. Okay, go for it.
That's even worse.
Oh,
How many glitches are you left with?
1.
Okay. And Wick already rent, so that's no good. Okay, the air is going to. What shall I do with them? Let's go with. I'm gonna like randomize what they do a little bit here. Okay, they are going to attack. And why would they not attack with their psychic scalpel? Of course they will. I am going to target. Would they target someone around? No, they're going to target the person who fucking shot them. That's what they're going to do. So they're going to target Blink. Can you give me a defense, just a standard old defense roll, please? That's not gonna. You're not being sneaky anymore, so you can't take your bonus for it. Just standard agility.
So 14?
So that's a success, right? Because it's 12 standard.
Yeah,
defense
yeah.
12, right? Yeah. Okay, yeah. So they reach out. The psychic scalpel, by the way, is that like the thing on their hand. So like they're reaching out towards you, and like this odd, jagged, angled white energy kind of like crackles through the air towards you, and you manage to like dive to one side, and it just kind of like dissipates against the wall and kind of like fades out into nothingness. But over like it takes time to do that. Like it just like jaggeds out into strange patterns before it dissipates. The nano goons, there's 3 of them. They're just each going to fire at you. Once. So I need a defense roll from everyone, please, at just good old difficulty 12. Agility at 12.
that's a pass from me.
That's a 1.
That's a pass.
Ooh. Clearly you dived away from the cultist attack right into a bullet. So what happens when you fumble a defense? Times 2 damage, and your armor is reduced by 1 tier.
Which means I have no armor.
Yeah. I'm happy for that to apply
after I've taken the damage.
Yeah. I think it's after
thank you.
Because that's the idea, right? It's damaging it. So yeah. I think that makes sense to me. Okay, let me roll their damage. Okay. Roll your armor.
That's only a 1.
It's only a 1. Okay. So obviously reduce your armor, and they shoot you pretty good right in the shoulder for 5 HP. Could be worse. It was a D6, and they rolled a 3. So
yeah. Okay. I'm on 2 out of 6 hit points. So
Wow.
yeah.
okay. But everyone else got their made their rolls, right? So
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Let's go back to the beginning. I don't see any reason to re-roll. We didn't re-roll initiative every turn last time, I don't think, did we? So I don't think we got to a second round though, actually. Is it meant to be at the beginning of combat, or just that it sets a
Great question.
That's a good question, isn't it? I would prefer that it sets it, because then it's less fussy. But I will double check to stay in with the rules as written. It just says initiative.
Yeah, it feels like it's a sort of at the start thing.
I'm happy for it to be at the start. In which case, Steve, why don't you go?
Okay. In terms of, I've got some grenades. Is this a bad place to use grenades? Or
it's not the best, but it's not the worst either. What's the mechanic behind them?
It is. They do 1d6 damage. D6 damage to up to D3 targets. So basically, I'd be trying to, if there was a clump of them together.
Yeah, they are kind of together, and there's enough distance from you that you're not going to like automatically. I'd say it's close enough that don't be rolling a 1.
Okay.
is what I'd say. But like other than that, like yeah, I think it's viable.
And what is the role actually for throwing?
It just says it doesn't actually melee, single shot, auto fire, defense, and drone combat are the only things listed. So I just say it's the same as it's just a presence roll. I'd say
Right.
yeah, D6 to up to D3 targets. Yeah.
If it's a presence roll, I'm just going to do auto fire on the pulse rifle because presence is not my thing.
Okay. Who you firing at?
The cultist.
The cultist. Yep.
Yeah.
Sure.
So this is rolling against agility. 18 score, so that's a hit.
Nice. And damage?
D10 damage. 7.
Ooh. The cultist kind of like wheels around as like your automatic fire starts to like hit the wall behind them, and they kind of reach out to you, and that you can see that the psychic scalpel like charging up again, strange like white runes lighting up on the back of what seems to be like a glove or a claw on their hand, and then your pulse rifle rounds hit them dead center between presumably what are their eyes under the weird single ocular mask they're wearing, and they reel back, the results of your headshot plain to see on the wall behind them, a spatter of gore and brains and blood. They're dead. They are dead. Blink.
It's auto fire, so I've got.
Oh yeah, shit. Sorry, carry on. Yeah.
I don't think I'm going to stop. You know, they shot at us.
Probably
so.
not. Probably not. Okay, one of the nanogoons then. Go ahead.
Well, this time I rolled a 2, so.
Oh, well, there we go then. Blink.
Okay. I would like to inject my adrenochrome, please.
So what does that do? Tell us what that does.
So that heals me for a D6 hit points, but then also gives me a +1 on all abilities for D6 rounds, but then -1 until I rest. Yeah.
Yeah. Cool.
Okay. So D6 for the hit points. That's 1 hit point.
1, yeah. Well, I am happy, by the way, that this is your movement action. So, did you just roll a double 1?
Yep.
Yeah. Yep. I'm happy this is your movement action at the least, by the way. So, you can also take a shot.
Okay.
Like
cool.
slam. I imagine it like it's like a what do you think it is? Is it like a cyberpunk style like booster thing, or is it like a more of a Fallout?
I'm thinking like EpiPen,
EpiPen, like
jam it in, yeah.
Well, you feel your veins fill up with adrenochrome, but it's a harsh, quick buzz, man.
Yeah.
So, are you taking a shot?
Yeah, I'll fire. I'll try and aim for the cultist.
Cool. Well, the cultist is dead.
Oh, okay. They're like fully dead. Okay, cool. In this case, any of the goons.
Yeah. Are you autoing?
Yeah.
I assume, yeah. Once you've gone auto once in a combat, you might as well go auto again, right? Go for it.
So that is 12 total.
What's the damage?
5.
Woo! Okay, roll your second one.
Another 12.
And damage again?
6.
I'm assuming these are against the same target. Yeah. I'll tell you. I'd tell you if you were wasting it. And the third one, then I take it.
That's only a 4 total. So no.
Okay. Well, you're still on the ground, right? From having kind of like dived away. You slam the adrenochrome into you, and instantly like out with like your pair of SMGs. One of the nanogoons is like comedy riddled with like both of your magazines, and just like staggers back, jiggling from side to side before collapsing onto the ground again, very, very thoroughly dead. Empho.
So is there two?
There's 2 nanogoons left, and you can hear what sounds like maybe other people closing on the position.
can I like? Is there like an obvious doorway that people are going to be running through, or is it just like
it's oddly roll presence?
only a 6?
No, there's 2 tunnels in and out of this bunker, but you can't tell which one because it's like echoing really oddly.
In that case, I'm just going to use my grenade launcher.
Okay.
At these 2 standing.
At least 2 standing there. Yeah, go for it.
17, so that's a hit.
Mm-hmm. And does it just work like a hand grenade?
Yeah. So
D6 on up to D3 targets. Yeah.
3 targets, but there's only 2.
Yeah. But 2
unfortunately.
D6s.
Do I roll separate damage for each?
Yeah.
First one is 6. Second one is 5.
Okay. There's an incredibly loud bang in the room, which sends you all kind of like reeling a little bit as Empho stands. Do you think you might be laughing, Empho?
Oh, probably. I probably started a while ago. Let's be honest.
Yeah. When like the slight smoke clears from the grenade blast, there are no more alive heirs of Kyrgos in the room. Everyone is dead, which makes it maybe like all the more of a kind of like sudden moment of realization for the people entering when you see 3 other like robed cultists kind of like bursting into the room together from one of the tunnels. And I am happy to re-roll. We'll keep our initiative order because I'm not fucking around to that degree. But I'm happy to like not immediately give them an action, but instead re-roll initiative because I really think it's like, oh shit, like suddenly because it's effectively 2 combats, I guess. So John, why don't you roll initiative for us? D6, please.
6.
You go first again. Actually, you know, I'll leave it up to you. Do you want to keep the current initiative or do you want to re-roll it? Like re-roll the 3 of you. It's up to you.
I don't think it'll change that much.
Okay.
So I'd be happy to keep it, but
sure. Wick, why don't you go then?
Yeah, I will. Attack the cultists. There seems very little point in negotiation. So
Yeah,
Sure.
I mean, we are supposed to be negotiating with these guys, but
they started it.
we tried. You know.
Yeah.
To be fair,
Sometimes
I feel there's a limited amount of negotiation you can do if you randomly turn up in their base. You know what I mean? But I also don't blame you. It's a death cult. What the fuck are you gonna do? Like
We're bringing them what they want.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Okay. Yeah, Steve. What are we gonna do? Auto fire on them?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. Go for it.
I mean, I could say, well, if it was the end of one combat, do I need to roll to see whether the magazine's empty? Or...
I'm not going to be that cruel.
I had to mention it just to see.
Oh God, I am tempted though, but I won't be that cruel. I've said no now.
I rolled a 16, so yes, a hit.
Okay, and give me the damage roll.
Damage 7.
Okay. And you're doing another roll?
I am.
Thank you.
19 this time. That's a hit. 9 damage.
Okay, and you're firing again?
Yes. 14, which I presume is a hit.
Yeah.
Just 2 damage that third time.
Just 2 damage that third time. Okay. One of the heirs has basically run into the room and immediately been like splattered against the wall by your pulse rifle fire. The other one, however, like you got kind of the same sensibility that their robes just seem to kind of absorb the fire when you fired back at them. So they do not. They don't seem to be hurt. Blink.
okay. Now, because Blink would know this, but I don't. In terms of like picking up new nano powers, because you said that the psychic scalpel was like something that was kind of attached to this other cultist's hand. Is that the kind of thing that could be picked up and used, or is it something that's going to take?
It is, but like not. You don't know how to use it, and it's not
Yeah,
like a
that's what I
point and
thought.
click
Okay.
thing. Yeah.
Yeah, in which case, yeah, just open fire.
Sure. Give me that roll.
Okay. That's
not a great
another
look.
one.
Oh no!
Ooh. So that's going to be. Is that a free attack on you? Attack. Yeah, it is. It is. Okay. They are going to attack, and I see no reason why they would not attack with the psychic scalpel. So give me a defense, and a good old agility defense roll, please. Obviously, your stealth buff doesn't work here.
That's another one.
I don't think that makes a difference, though. Does it? Maybe it does.
Can I just check the rules on attack fumbles?
Hang on. Yeah.
Oh shit! Yeah. No, you're right. It's completely different. Yeah. Sorry. Okay. Ignore all that counterattack stuff. Just give me a d6 roll, please, Holly.
Okay. Yeah. No, I've just looked at that. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. 5.
Okay. Yeah. So your SMGs are dead.
Yeah. They're fucked, but they didn't explode, so we're
No,
good.
they didn't explode. So basically, yeah, you click, and one of them literally literally falls to pieces.
Oh Jesus!
And
Okay,
for some reason,
right.
that affects the other one. You get what you.
Yeah. That's fine. That's fine. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Right, I've got no weapons, but that's fine.
But that's fine, and that's unless you want to take a particular move action. Or something.
Yeah, can I move to somewhere in cover? Like just
within the bunker itself, there's no cover, but you could definitely get some light cover from dashing over to like the other tunnel out of here and just taking a
just
little bit of cover behind
anything.
Yeah. You could definitely do that. Okay, Empho.
I will open fire. I will do a single shot though.
Okay. Single shot on one of the cultists, then please. That's presence, right?
And I failed by 1.
Okay. And there's no changing of stuff. There's no glitches or anything like that.
I'm saving that.
Okay, fair enough. Are you going to do anything with your movement action? I'm going to judge that only one person can take cover behind this tunnel entrance.
These guys haven't been exploding in weird ways when they die.
No, but you haven't done a crit on them, which is what did it with the first nano goons.
I am going to. How far away is Blink?
I mean, what are you trying to do? Tell me that, and then I'll tell you if you can do it.
I was going to throw Blink my assault rifle and bring out the chainsaw.
Yeah, you can do that.
I do that.
Yeah. Okay. God, I feel like that. Oh, is that your movement? That's your movement action.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Sure. Okay, it's their turn then. They are going to. Who splattered? One of them's definitely gonna. Well, let's see what they do first, because I do have slightly different things that they do. Okay, never mind. Both of them are attacking. They're not going to use their nano powers. So one of them's going to attack Wick for sure. It's Wick and Empho. They're going to attack Wick and Empho. So make a standard defense roll, both of you, please.
I passed. 21 in total.
I failed. I will take the hit.
But it wasn't a natural 20 then, Steve.
No, I rolled an 18 plus 3.
Yeah. So you failed. Okay, I need you to make another check, please, Empho. And that check is a presence test at DR 14.
Okay. That's a fail.
That's a fail. Okay. Now, it isn't in the rules, but I definitely do not think that armor stops a psychic scalpel. So I'm not going to allow you an armor roll, and instead I'm just going to roll the damage.
That's fine. I don't have armor.
Well, that's even better then, isn't it? Okay. You feel... Empho, you are no stranger to pain. But you have never felt anything like this. A fire that runs through your entire body. All your nerve endings feel like they're splitting apart. Your head feels like it's going to explode. And it leaves you in... You are shaking with the pain, even as it starts dying down inside you. Take 8 hit points of damage.
Ooh.
Yikes.
And we're back around to your turn. So, Wick, please.
Yeah, full auto on the remaining 2.
Yeah, go for it.
Oh, I will use a glitch to reroll that. I rolled a 6.
Okay.
So using my last glitch, even worse, 4. Luck has run out.
You going to do anything with your movement action?
Is there any more cover?
No.
Then
Not unless you
I
want
might.
to leave.
No. I'll just sort of wait for the inevitable.
Okay. Blink. You have an assault rifle.
Yeah, open fire, full auto.
Okay, go for it.
The assault rifle does also have the grenade launcher attached, by the way.
Okay, I mean, for now, just full auto firing. So that is... Oh, it's just a 12. Because I lose my bonus to agility thanks to the adrenochrome that was entirely unhelpful.
Mm-hmm. But that's a hit, right? If it's a 12.
Yeah.
Oh, cool. Give me a d8 of damage then, please.
It's 1 point of damage.
Okay. Well, that ammunition seems like it's been absorbed into their robe, but it's still a hit. So go ahead and make another roll.
It's 4.
No.
Okay. Any
Luck
glitches being spent?
I have none.
Okay. Well then, any movement action? I guess not. You're still behind cover.
Yeah, still behind cover. I mean, can I use my movement to like shout at them, please stop shooting, we're here to negotiate, we have some stuff to trade?
You absolutely can, and it achieves precisely fuck all.
Yeah.
Empho, I assume it's chainsaw time.
It is chainsaw time.
Okay, so that attack is going to be against strength.
Mm-hmm.
As you dash forwards and try and carve them in half.
Oh, for the love of... I am spending my last glitch to re-roll that. I'm not accepting a 2.
Okay. You accepting a 1 now, or?
I have to accept a 7.
Okay, you charge forward, and the cultist you're charging at just ducks aside from you. Okay, it's their turn, having dealt no damage on this round. Well done, folks. So that one is that, and that one is that. Okay, that seems appropriate. The one facing you, Empho, draws a warped filament knife from their robe and attempts to kind of slash you back. Could you make a defense roll, please?
That is a fail.
Okay.
Oh no.
You have no armor, right?
Correct.
Well, they slash through your flesh for 2 hit points of damage.
That's fine.
Is it though?
Well, compared to what they just did, yes.
Yeah. The other one, meanwhile, is going to... do they have to roll a thing? I don't think they have to roll a thing. The other one, you see a swarm of nanobots kind of crawl out from their robe and kind of shudder over their entire body, flickering in odd light patterns until what you can see of them dulls and dulls and dulls. And I mean, it's it's stealth tech. There, you can only barely see them now as they're moving around the room. Basically, attacks on them are going to be a whole lot harder. Yeah, but that's their action. So, Wick.
Okay. I have an optic camo suit. I'm kind of. Can I turn that on for a move?
What does it mean? What does it do?
So basically, very limited info. If you're stationary, you're invisible. If you're moving, you're very hard to see. It's on. I can find the page number for it. It's in the equipment.
Yeah,
table.
I mean, you can turn it on, but like if you move, you'll become visible, and firing is moving for sure.
Okay. I'll just fire then.
Sure. Are you firing at the one fighting Enfo or the one that's almost completely invisible?
I'm going to. The one fighting info. I think we need to whittle down numbers.
Okay, that's a standard difficulty then.
Okay. That's I rolled 11 plus 3, so 14. So that's a hit.
Okay, then give me a damage roll.
Damage 5.
Okay, and that was a full auto, I assume.
Yep.
Yeah, go ahead and give me another roll then, please.
I rolled an 18 this time to hit. And 10 damage.
10 damage. Yeah. Okay, give me another roll at difficulty 18.
Okay. I don't that time.
Okay.
14 under 18.
Enfo, the cultist facing you is suddenly like their chest is sort of blown apart with a hail of pulse rifle bullets that leads to like things spraying over you. The normal things you'd expect, but also an awful lot of weird flittering nanobots. And you're not particularly happy about that, but nothing immediately seems to happen for it. And they collapse to the ground. And then it's Blink's turn, and there is a semi-visible air of Kergos in the room with you. It's real difficult to see.
Yeah, she's gonna like turn around the corner, kind of see this like faint shimmery outline, and then just like panic, use the grenade launcher.
Sure. Enfo is not that far from them.
Far enough that he's definitely going to take damage.
If it rolls that it hits 2 people, one of those people will be Enfo. Or 3 people. If it rolls more than 1 target, then the grenade is going to hit Enfo, who is, I believe, on 1 HP.
3.
3, sure.
3. But no armor. Okay.
No
Correct.
armor. Also, if you kill me with my own gun.
So cold. Wow.
It'd be funny.
It would.
I'm beginning to wonder about Blink.
I mean,
You to make it clear, you have no better chance of hitting the invisible cultist with the grenade launcher than you do with the
yeah. Okay, right, fine. I'll just assault rifle. Just assault rifle.
The difficulty is 18.
18. Okay, fine. I'll try. Nope. 10.
Nope. That's fine. Doing anything with your movement action? I'm guessing probably not.
Nope.
Enfo. It is,
Right.
I believe, the same thing for melee attacks. Let me just double check. Yeah, it's the same. So it's going to be strength 18 if you want to hit them.
I am just double checking because I'm sure there was a thing about taking an action to aim, but I can't remember where I read that.
There is, yeah. Although they will, that will take up your turn. Also, haven't you got a vision visor?
Oh yeah.
There's no specific rules for it, right? But I will happily give you a presence check to see if you can negate the nano power.
All it says is zoom, camera, heat and night vision, and ultrasound.
I know, I just read it. Yep.
Okay.
Take a presence check, see if you can use that to negate their power. I think that's fair.
10.
Okay. Haven't you still got glitches saved up for a rainy day?
No, I've spent them all.
Oh, right, never mind. Fuck it then. Yeah, okay.
I think
then
we're all
it's going to be a strength roll at 18 difficulty. You guys got 2 20s in the first round of combat in this session.
Our D20s are tired. There's nothing we can do about it.
Sure.
That's how that works. 16.
Okay. Well, that's not enough, is it?
Nope.
So, with that in mind, let's see what the Heir of Care Gods does. They are going to attack. And they are going to attack Wick, I think, because Wick was the one who shot their remaining... Actually, no. Before they do that, they're going to do something else. They don't flee. Instead, Wick, I would like you to make a defense roll, please.
Right. It's agility, so I rolled 19, 22 in total.
Okay, yeah. From kind of out of nowhere, the like strange flickering patterns of the psychic scalpel like emerge, but you manage to like throw yourself to one side and avoid them, and they cascade harmlessly over the sheet metal behind you. We're back around to your guys' turn now. Wick, I will say this is a round limited ability, so it's not forever. But Wick, what are you going to do?
Okay. I'm going to aim for a round. Given that's a thing,
Okay.
I'm going to aim for a round.
Yeah, that seems fair. How about you, Blink?
No, she's just going to keep firing.
Just going to keep on firing with that assault rifle. Auto?
And that doesn't hit. That's only a 15.
Okay. Empho, you can. I'm going to let you take your presence roll again.
Okay, let's try that. Yes, that's an 18.
Okay, then it's just going to be a standard attack for you, 12 strength. As
Excellent.
you see, like the nanobots are kind of hiding their heat signature, but you can see like there's just enough little flashes of color for you to tell roughly where they are.
Yes, 15.
Okay, roll for damage, please.
That is a D8. I rolled 2.
You slash out with your chainsaw, and you feel the tip like bite and slash through, and a little spray of blood goes across the room, and you hear a sort of like cursing howl in a language you don't understand. You don't think you've hurt them much, but you definitely caught them. As for what they are doing, let's have a look. What would that be? Yeah, that's that. I really don't feel that they do that. So they're going to attack. And I feel that this time you are close enough with them that they're going to slash out at you with their knife, Empho. So make a defense roll, please.
Pass.
Okay. You feel like the air of something pass, like in front of your face, but it didn't make contact with you. And as like they curse again in that strange language, there is a flickering, and they are suddenly fully visible again. They literally flicker into existence in front of everyone. Wick, take your aimed shot. What does aimed shot doing? What's it decrease it by?
By 2. Yes, decreases difficulty rating by 2.
So take your shot at a difficulty of of 10, please.
Okay.
Does it have the rule that it can only be a single shot or something? No, I guess not. Either minus 2 DR to hit or plus 2 damage. Okay, sure. I take it you're autoing.
I'll auto, and I'll use the lowered difficulty.
Yeah, difficulty 10.
Ooh, that's just so. I rolled an 8 plus 3 for agility. So yeah.
Okay. Yep. So give me a roll for damage.
Damage 10.
Okay. They flicker back into existence. What you were hoping would happen, you calmly aim, gently squeeze the trigger, and fill them full of bullets. They collapse to the ground dead. There is no sound of any more footsteps coming in your direction.
Okay.
Everyone all right?
You just hear Blink from round the corner. Just go, no.
Info gives a scream and starts carving the scalpel off this body.
I don't know whether that's a good thing or a bad thing.
There is obviously you can see that there are 2 tunnels leading off from kind of different directions, and you can also hear that definitely from one direction rather than another, the direction they didn't come from, you can hear an echoing chanting.
As combat has finished, I don't currently have my gun, so Holly's going to have to roll for it, but I am going to take the breather, which is 1d4.
Oh, yeah, 1d4 to regain health points, yeah.
Yeah, I rolled a 5 for the full auto weapons ammo check.
Yeah, me too.
Don't forget to roll for your chainsaw. Chainsaws require fuel.
Oh, I forgot about that. Wow.
Actually, no, because it doesn't do auto. Oh, but you still roll. Yeah, never mind.
Yeah.
It's just not auto.
5.
You'll be pleased to know that I am 1 extra hit point.
You've created those ones when regaining health. Okay, what are we doing?
Should we go towards the chanting or the other way?
I'd say avoid the chanting for now. If they're busy there, we can maybe find a. I don't know where they won't be stuck. I don't know. They might be chanting around the memory, the mind palace, I guess. But I'd say avoid chanting for now.
Sure. Let's go hunting.
Okay, hunting for what exactly?
Anything of value.
Right. Okay. All right. Are we trying to stay stealthy?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then everyone make a stealth roll for me, please. A presence roll.
This is where I fall down, of course. That's cocked.
That's only an 8 under 10.
13, so I pass. Just
15, so I pass.
Okay, for once, Blink is the slightly unstealthy one. That's a majority of you. I'm happy with that. You start pacing through these tunnels and the chambers. You find these other like spaced out buildings that you could see from afar. They're mostly like the bunker in that there's nothing in them. You occasionally hear the noise of like a patrol nearby and kind of like lurk until it goes away. But you can't hear, there's nothing that you can really see to be found in any of these places. It's remarkably empty. There's an occasional kind of like metal table that's been set up that's covered in old brown stains. And some odd little like iconography made in the wall from sharpened metal that leaves you feeling slightly discomforted when you look at it.
Okay. But do we want to just get this over with and go to the chanting then? Yeah.
Sure, I guess. I don't suppose we found anywhere with an overlook to sort of see what was in the hall without, well, where the chanting was without sort of.
No, I mean, it's all like these subterranean, like part
Sure,
of the
gotcha,
thing.
yeah.
Until you get close, maybe you'll find something then. But okay, it is very easy to follow the chanting through the tunnels until it gets louder and louder. until eventually a cavernous space opens up ahead of you. You are kind of like sort of overlooking it. There's like a set of stairs down where you are, and it looks to you like almost the entire cult is down here, or at least most of them who are here. You've kind of evaded a few patrols on the way. Yeah. So there's this cavernous space opened up in front of you. It's packed with robed and nano-infested cultists and their gun-toting heavies. It looks to have been an impact crater at one point, turned over time into some kind of blasphemous cathedral. The chanting strangely seems quieter here, the tunnels and chambers of the complex having somehow amplified it in your senses. On a gore-soaked dais of stone lit by red neon pillars is a conglomeration of what looks like swirling nano clouds, forming and dissipating in a hypnotic cycle of images that focus around a monstrous two-headed demon creature performing the most obscene acts imaginable. Below the cloud is a slender metal tablet, easily recognizable as Reeves' Mind Palace construct. Over the top of this, there is a soft voice talking very loudly. Wick, you recognize the voice because in amongst the schematics, some of the material was narrated by Reeve. This is Reeve's voice. The same voice that walked through these schematics, though, this has an odd electronic buzz to it, keeps repeating the same instructions over and over again. Find the progenitor. Kill the progenitor. Find the biomechanical den of heresy. Destroy the biomechanical den of heresy. Utterly. Find the Institute of Unbelievers. Kill them all. Kill them all. Kill them all. I shall rise from their blood and bones. And it repeats. And it repeats. And it repeats. You're starting to suspect maybe they didn't steal this.
Yeah.
Or that maybe the stealing wasn't their idea.
Yeah. But we definitely did see Reeve, like, fully dead.
Oh, that guy's dead. He's dead as
so shit. Yeah, Blink's just gonna, like, whisper to the other two, I think that Reeve is probably in that thing, and he is part of this that's going on.
Wick, can I just reread to you some of the schematic data?
Sure, yes.
Among the things the Mind Palace is equipped with is a defensive ice banks, adaptive user interface, including a advanced VI, a complex and scan-resistant camouflage projection system, and a powerful sensor suite. In short, it's definitely capable of making this decision itself. You also remember that projection camouflage suite. There is no nanotech in this device. So those nano clouds over the top of it are not real.
Oh, God. Okay.
Is it like pretending to, like, be part of this cult? That's hilarious.
Matt, the things it was saying, find and kill the progenitor.
Mm-hmm.
Find and destroy
the biomechanical den of heresy. You're no expert on these things, but that would definitely seem to fit the bill of the place you just were.
And what was the third one?
Destroy the Institute.
Oh, yes. Institute of Unbelievers, right. Oh.
So basically, the Mind Palace has told them to kill Reeve, destroy its own schematics, and then destroy the Psi Institute, conveniently eliminating anything that could reveal that this thing is not, in fact, an avatar of some kind of worshipful nano demon.
We need to get out of here, I think.
Yeah, but we need to get that.
We can't get that. It knows too much.
The I will just put this out there just as an option, because I won't make you roll for it. I think you'd know automatically. So all the schematic data that's on your cyber deck, as I say, a whole load of it is narrated by Reeve himself. Some of it is a holo display. Your secondary objective was to eliminate Reeve and the Mind Palace.
Yeah.
You still got that grenade launcher?
Yep.
Always.
Are we going for the destroy option then?
You definitely can't. There's way too many cultists to get a hit on the Mind Palace from where you are, unless you want to fight them. Oh god, there's hundreds of them between you and the thing. It's way ahead of you.
Matt, those like cultists that we killed were wearing robes, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Did they like disintegrate when we shot them, or like they?
Yeah, they were mostly composed of nanites. So yeah, they it's not, you can't get a disguise of them. Is that's what you're asking now?
Okay.
Shame. Well, the only other thing we've got is this, and I'll hold up the was it machine influencer?
Yeah.
But
yeah, sure.
I don't know whether that even works on though.
I mean, do you want to check what's actually on it? Because we haven't done that yet.
I mean, I was kind of presuming it was just a thing to plug into something else, like a single-use MacGuffin, rather than a data set I could query.
You'd have to plug it into something to find out what it is. I mean, you've got your cyber deck.
I mean, if I can plug it into the cyber deck, I guess I'll.
Yeah, you can definitely do that.
Plug it in and yeah.
Okay. You plug it into your cyber deck. Give me a D6 roll, please.
I rolled a 2.
Okay. Your cyber deck immediately freezes. And you kind of like, I don't know what you do. Would you act with frustration, or just kind of like patiently wait and see what's going to happen?
I'll give it the frozen Windows PC 30-second wait.
Okay. After about 5 seconds, the screen crackles, and on it appears a digital figure, created to look like a person, dressed in the hex core fashion, which is closely analogous to like cyberpunk evil sorcerer. They're wearing a tremendous amount of rings on their fingers, and they're as well from their fingers are like sort of puppet strings that lead down and out to the various corners of the screen. They kind of like blink and look around and go, "Oh, hey,
hi."
Oh, it's not connected to the net. Well, that shit. What's on here? Oh, yeah. Oh, that's interesting. What's this? A huge projection of Reeve emerges above the cyber deck. He is walking through the schematics.
Okay.
Are you going to react? Are you going to like unplug the influencer or anything like that? Or just are we letting this play out?
I'm kind of tempted to let it play out, but maybe less so in the, I'm not, if I can edge behind a wall or something so the chanting cave of cultists.
Yeah. All this time, the like influencers just going, oh, it's been too long. Oh, this is good shit. This is good shit. And the large holographic projection continues to carry on talking about the Mind Palace, the schematics, how it works, what it does, what it is, and the whole room. At first, a few cultists near the back notice it and turn around and tap the others, and then eventually the entire chamber goes kind of silent and the chanting stops as they watch this projection of Reeve talk through what the Mind Palace is. The Mind Palace stops its repetition and, with a somewhat panicked tone to its voice, says, "No, that is further heresy. Do not listen. Do not listen to the progenitor. No, no!" As the cultists swarm forward and tear the Mind Palace to pieces in outrage at its blasphemy. Seems like a good time to maybe
Let's leave. Let's leave. Maybe. Yeah.
The projection is kind of like crackling and fading as the schematic overview is winding down. Are you taking your data thing with you?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. As you sort of run, the machine influencer goes, "Look, man, I don't know who you are, but I'm here now. If you want to get rid of me, you need to get me to the net. Do that. You should do that." And as you run off and out of the cultists' lair, you register that you might not have set out exactly what you were meant to do, so probably that 22k reward is out of the question. But you definitely achieved the secondary objective, and you hope that the remuneration for that from this startup corporation is obviously going to be very much in keeping with the danger you experience. Why would it not be? There we go. That's Digital Blasphemy. That's
amazing.
Excellent.
John, are you going to try and extend it with an extra scene, even though I've ended it? Or...
No, I just have a question.
Okay.
I guess, is the Science Institute based in the part of the city that got nuked?
You don't know.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. I'm fine not knowing.
It's a good question, though, and I hadn't considered it, but now.
Oh, damn it!
So there we go. Lovely stuff, folks. We'll do the usual blurb and then comments and chats and questions and blah 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 blah. If you check down below, there's a number of links to our social media, our Discord, the various sites we use, merch store, Patreon, all that nonsense. We run lots of sessions on a weekly or fortnightly basis. Mondays we've just wrapped with Warhammer. We're about to wrap with We Deal in Lead, which finishes this Monday. And then the Monday after that, we're starting our grand Call of Cthulhu campaign, Masks of Nyarlathotep, run by Johnny. That should be a good one. Wednesdays is Symbaroum on a long-term basis, and that's happening this week. The week after that, we'll see the return of the Yellow King on Thursdays, which is our currently Paris 1895 cosmic horror. It might turn into different things as the arcs transpire. We'll just have to see. And that is currently alternating with our first recorded series of Delta Green, so that will air this week as well, I think, which is Steve's first thing on the channel and is our first recorded thing and is a modern-day investigative cosmic horror. As I said at the beginning, all kinds of cosmic horror on the channel at the moment. Yes, and we do one-shots. We try and do them on a monthly basis, but they've been falling off a bit in 2024. But you just watched one, so, you know, I hope you enjoyed it. First off, before we go to the chat, any questions or comments from the lovely players?
Definitely got questions.
Go for it.
Who was the person that Blink just offed? And any in the stasis field?
Who were they? They were
Yeah.
scientists who worked in the cold storage lab. That's what I have as well. So
Okay, right.
There's nothing else.
And then the other one was the ghost, the haunted room. That was interesting.
Yeah, that's literally an enemy type in the book called a ghost.
Oh right, okay.
It's basically an AI or a VI that fucks around, tries to stop people doing, is haunting a thing for a reason or tries to stop around. And
Nice.
in that, because you couldn't connect to it or you didn't connect to it, you didn't go into the net, so it couldn't attack you there, so it could do physical things. But they don't do much damage. They're just poltergeist type things with the technology. So it was just that, really. Nice. It should be noted that almost everything we just played through was randomly generated from the mission generator in the book, Cyborg, which is really good, both the book and the mission generator. And every location apart from the last one, the Heir of Chaos place, which I did all that myself, was a random generation from this location pad. I showed this off in the last one shot. It's an awesome thing that came from the Kickstarter. Lots of different locations. And it's there's 34 different locations with multiple sheets of them, so you can reuse if you want to write on it. But it's worth noting that every single one of them comes with 2 to 3 random generation tables, and they're all different. Every location has different ones. And basically the 3 I got, laboratory, cable junction shaft, and cold storage unit, they were all random in this, and lots of the details, most of the details in each of them were just random table rolls, including the scientist.
Okay.
But in that they were listed as sleeping, and that didn't feel right to me for the place, so I put them in suspension. But like that, the little drones you got from the pocket of them, like all that stuff was like randomly generated material that with the mission generator I just strung together into came up with the through line of the plot of like so like the mind palace was randomly rolled, but like not what had like happened. You know what I mean? Like, so I pieced it together into a hopefully coherent plot. But yeah, really good tools.
The random tables in Cyborg are excellent. There's just so many of them and so much flavor. I love them. Yeah. And that asset pack is
the location pad's honestly super good. So yeah, that was how that all came together. And then I just weaved my magic on the disparate elements.
That was great fun.
Good. Cool. Anything else from the players before we move on to chat?
I don't think so. I mean, yeah, good game.
GG. Yeah, and obviously, like some things, like I mean, you know that the contract for your thing, you know that was right. You rolled the result.
Yeah, that was completely random, but like, yeah. I mean, of course she was going to shoot him. Like, come on.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay, moving on to chat, please, John. This is fine, but I don't get food. Yeah. I was anticipating that the solution you choose would be to reveal to the heirs that the Mind Palace was full of shit via some method or other. Yeah. But then you just plug the machine influencer in, and the influencer's just like, well, I'll fucking do it. So, yeah.
We have been riding on luck for quite a lot of that.
Yeah.
It's fine. It's good.
I don't think luck sustained us that much.
Oh God, no! Like big lump at the start, nothing in the middle, and then big lump at the end.
Yeah. Next, Ron and Andra. I'm sure there's an itinerant hot dog seller who sells extra mags on the street. I mean, probably. Yeah, I didn't make them roll to find someone to sell them ammunition. That says a lot, right? Yeah. Just buy it on the way from a street vendor. Yeah. Cyborg. Next. Sauerkraut Kid. Nano Goons, more like Nano Gone. The Nano Goons did not put up much resistance, it's true.
That full auto with a +3 agility is just sweet.
Yeah. Covers for the week, embrace full auto. Yeah, sure. In the end, because Holly was in the cover at the end, and I forgot to tell Holly to factor in the cover with the defense rolls, but it didn't matter anyway because you didn't get hit. Steve, 22,000 creds. There's no way we see that reward. Well, not now. Not without a dead Reese, Reeve, and a similarly dead Mind Palace. Definitely not that. Does the spider bot have a cute name, Steve? This is important.
I think I decided on Bite in the end.
Fair enough.
I would like to say we had one suggestion from the chat, and I saved it just for Matt.
Spider Jerusalem from 42. Good reference. I like the reference. Yeah. If anyone else doesn't get the reference, you should read Transmetropolitan. 42 is a city named Psy and nicknamed for Cincinnati. Same universe as Cincinnati Chronicles. Well, not unless Stockholm Cartel also have a weird love is too strong a word. A weird interesting a weird affinity for Cincinnati, which seems unlikely. But since everyone I know related to Cincinnati or just American in general commented on Cincinnati Chronicles going, but why Cincinnati though? Mainly the people from Cincinnati.
I just want to flag up. I did actually have a response.
Yes, I think the actual reason is Borg is a common Swedish suffix for a city, like Bur or Berg in English, so it's an additional pun on cyborg. Yes, I also believe that to be the case. Yeah, because it comes from the word fort, right?
Yes,
because Mortborg means dark fort, I believe. Yeah,
and this is Cyfort.
Cool. There we go. Lovely. So 42, I said 22k seems real low, actually. I don't know. That's 22 reloads of your laser turret that you could get. Or you could get 2 laser turrets and 2 reloads. Amazing. There we go. All right, folks. Thank you very much. We've got a couple of things running up. John, what were you going to say?
We also have thank yous to do.
Oh, we do have thank yous to do. Well remembered. Thank you for the raid to Orc Skull. We said that at the time, and thank you again. 42 resubscribed with Prime. 24 months. That's 2 years being Prime subscribed to us. Thank you so much. We really appreciate it. Derek MM92 used 40 bits. Thank you very much. Lovely. I believe someone who came along with Orc Skull. So thank you. Double thank you. And Demonic Tragedies. Thank you for the follow as well. We appreciate it all. You're wonderful people. Clearly, it's a moral choice. It's a positive moral choice to subscribe to us. Clearly. Why would it not be? Okay, yeah, we've got a bunch of other stuff this week. We Deal in Lead finishes this Monday. Wednesday is Simbaroom. Thursday, we should be screening a recorded episode of Delta Green. Yes, there's lots popping off this week. And then following week will be Yellow King. We're a bit frantic and under duress at the moment because we're attempting to finish off our Kickstarter product, the soft. So some of us are kind of like dying on the inside a little bit, but it's all fine and it's all good. So look forward to that when it comes out as well. Thanks, everyone. Take care. Stay safe. We will see you next time. Goodbye.